بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي، رئيس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية، راعي حفلنا الكريم، أصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الأفاضل، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرنا أن نرحب بكم في النسخة الرابعة من مؤتمر عمان للكهرباء والطاقة IEEE PowerTalks الذي تنظمه رابطة مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات IEEE بالتعاون مع شركة راية للخدمات، وتستضيف فعالياته شركة نما لتوزيع الكهرباء، إيماناً منا بأهمية العمل مع شركائنا في القطاع لبناء مستقبل مستدام لقطاع الطاقة والكهرباء في سلطنة عمان. يمثل هذا المؤتمر منصة معرفية ومهنية رائدة يجتمع فيها رواد الطاقة من مختلف القطاعات في السلطنة، مسلطين الضوء على أبرز مستجدات القطاع، وواضعين نصب أعينهم ضرورة تسريع جهود تحول الطاقة في سلطنة عمان، ليكون ذلك المحور الأساسي لهذه النسخة من المؤتمر. ولأننا في شركة نما لتوزيع الكهرباء لا ندخر جهداً للبحث في شتى مصادر الطاقة المتجددة بما يكفل إثراء الحياة بالطاقة الآمنة والفعالة والمستدامة، كان لا بد لنا أن نكون جزءاً لا يتجزأ من هذا الحدث. لنبدأ حفلنا بخير الكلام وتلاوة عطرة من القرآن الكريم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، الرحمن الرحيم، مالك يوم الدين، إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين، اهدنا الصراط المستقيم، صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين.
بعد هذه التلاوة المباركة نود أن نعرب عن خالص شكرنا لشركائنا الذين أسهم دعمهم المتواصل في نجاح هذا الحدث المتميز. إن شراكتنا معكم هي حجر الزاوية في نجاحاتنا المستمرة، ومن خلال هذا الحدث نطمح لتعزيز سبل التعاون وتعزيز القيمة المحلية المضافة وبحث أفضل الممارسات لتطوير مشاريعنا وخدماتنا بما يلبي تطلعات المجتمع ويحقق التميز المؤسسي. ونخص بالشكر هيئة تنظيم الخدمات العامة لدعمها الكبير لهذا الحدث منذ انطلاق نسخته الأولى وحتى الآن، وكذلك صحار الدولي وشركة أوكيو ومرافق وشركة تنمية نفط عمان والشركة العمانية لنقل الكهرباء لدورهم البارز في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر. كما نوجه شكرنا العميق لرعاة المؤتمر الذين كان لرعايتهم دور جوهري في تحقيق هذا النجاح: فولتامب، هيتاشي، أكوا باور، شركة العنقاء للطاقة، EDF Power Solutions، زواوي باورتك Engineering، سيمنز إنرجي، سوجكس عمان، يونيكورن. ولا ننسى جهود أعضاء اللجنة الفنية الذين عملوا بجد على مدار الأشهر الماضية لإعداد برنامج فني متكامل واختيار المتحدثين وتقييم الأوراق العلمية، ما أسهم في تنظيم منتدى يليق بسمعة هذا الحدث. والآن ندعو المهندس عبد الله بن سليمان الوهيبي، رئيس شعبة الكهرباء والطاقة في رابطة مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات IEEE BES إلى المنصة لإلقاء كلمته الترحيبية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي، رئيس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية، أصحاب السعادة، المهندسين الأفاضل، الضيوف الكرام، يشرفني أصالة عن نفسي ونيابة عن رابطة مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات في سلطنة عمان IEEE أن أرحب بكم في هذا الحدث الاستثنائي، وهو النسخة الرابعة من مؤتمر عمان للكهرباء والطاقة IEEE PowerTalks. سعادة الدكتور، إن حضوركم بيننا اليوم هو تشريف للفعالية وتأكيد على التزام سلطنة عمان العميق برؤية عمان 2040، تلك الرؤية التي جعلت من الابتكار والمعرفة والإبداع محركات رئيسية لبناء المستقبل. أيها الحضور الكريم، يعد معهد IEEE من أكبر المنصات التقنية التطوعية في العالم، إذ ضم أكثر من 400 ألف عضو من المهندسين والعلماء والخبراء، والذين يجمعهم هدف واحد، وهو تطوير التكنولوجيا لخدمة الإنسانية. وفي سلطنة عمان يجسد فرع IEEE PES روح المبادرة والعطاء التطوعي الهندسي، حيث نعمل معاً لتمكين الكفاءات الوطنية وتعزيز حضور السلطنة في المشهد العالمي للطاقة. المهندسين الأعزاء، نلتقي هذا العام تحت شعار ملهم، وهو تسريع التحول في مجال الطاقة في سلطنة عمان، وهو ليس مجرد شعار، بل هو رسالة وطنية تترجم طموح السلطنة في الوصول إلى الحياد الصفري بحلول عام 2050 وتحقيق أهداف رؤية عمان 2040 ببناء اقتصاد قائم على المعرفة والابتكار. وسيركز مؤتمرنا هذا العام على محاور جوهرية تمس حاضر ومستقبل الطاقة، من تعزيز مصادر الطاقة المتجددة إلى مشاريع الهيدروجين الأخضر، إلى خفض الانبعاثات، وصولاً إلى التحول الرقمي وتوظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي في بناء منظومات طاقة أكثر كفاءة واستدامة ومرونة. لقد تجاوز هذا المؤتمر حد كونه ملتقى علمي ليصبح منصة حوارية فكرية عالمية تلتقي فيها العقول المبدعة مع الرؤية الوطنية، وتتحول فيها الأفكار إلى مبادرات، والمبادرات إلى واقع يسهم في تعزيز مكانة السلطنة كمركز إقليمي للطاقة والتقنية. الضيوف الكرام، إن ما يميز قطاع الطاقة اليوم هو سرعة التحول، وما يميز عمان هو قدرتها على مواكبة هذا التحول بثقة واستباقية. لذلك فإن مسؤوليتنا كمهندسين ومبتكرين أن نكون جسراً بين المعرفة والتطبيق، وبين الحلم والإنجاز. لذلك دعونا نجعل هذا المؤتمر مساحة حقيقية لتبادل الخبرات وبناء الشراكات وإطلاق أفكار تفتح آفاقاً جديدة في مسيرة الطاقة المستدامة. وفي الختام أتوجه بخالص الشكر والامتنان لسعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي على رعايته الكريمة، ولشركة نماء لتوزيع الكهرباء على استضافتها لهذا الحدث الهام والوطني، ولجميع شركائنا ورعاتنا والمتحدثين والمشاركين على دعمهم ومساهمتهم القيمة. ولا يفوتني أن أخص بالشكر الجزيل لأعضاء اللجنة الفنية والتنظيمية وكل من عمل خلف الكواليس لإنجاح هذا الحدث. معا نتقدم ونعمل على دعم رؤية عمان 2040 وتعزيز مستقبل مستدام للطاقة في سلطنة عمان، ومعا نبني إرثاً هندسياً نحو تنمية مزدهرة ومستقبل مشرق لأجيالنا القادمة. شكراً لحضوركم، ومرحباً بكم مجدداً في النسخة الرابعة من مؤتمر عمان للكهرباء والطاقة IEEE PowerTalks، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكراً للمهندس عبد الله. أما الآن ندعو المهندس علاء بن حسن بن موسى الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة نماء لتوزيع الكهرباء لإلقاء الكلمة الافتتاحية.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي رئيس جامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية راعي الحفل، أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام والزملاء الأعزاء في قطاع الطاقة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نيابة عن نماء لتوزيع الكهرباء، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في حفل افتتاح النسخة الرابعة من مؤتمر IEEE PowerTalks 2025، والذي نستضيفه هذا العام للمرة الأولى. إن مشاركتكم اليوم تعكس الالتزام المشترك بمواجهة التحديات المتسارعة التي يشهدها قطاع الطاقة عالمياً، حيث تتجه الأنظمة الكهربائية نحو تحولات غير مسبوقة في مصادر الطاقة وتقنياتها، مع تزايد الحاجة إلى شبكات أكثر موثوقية واستدامة وكفاءة. هذه التحولات لا تقف عند البعد التقني فحسب، بل تمتد لتشمل مسؤوليتنا في دعم التنمية المستدامة وحماية البيئة من أجل أجيال المستقبل. واجتماعنا اليوم يمثل تجسيداً عملياً لأهمية التعاون وتبادل الخبرات لمواجهة هذه التحديات بابتكارات وحلول عملية. لقد خطت سلطنة عمان خطوات مهمة خلال السنوات الماضية في مجال تنويع مصادر الطاقة، وخاصة التوسع في الطاقة المتجددة، بما يتماشى مع مسيرة رؤية عمان 2040 نحو اقتصاد مستدام ومجتمع متطور. ومع إعادة هيكلة شركات توزيع وتزويد الكهرباء في السلطنة في منتصف 2023، تقوم شركة نمال لتوزيع الكهرباء اليوم بدور محوري وأكبر مسؤولية في إدارة وتطوير الشبكات الكهربائية. فنحن نعمل يومياً على ضمان وصول الكهرباء إلى أكثر من 1,400,000 من المستفيدين في مختلف القطاعات السكنية، التجارية، الصناعية والزراعية، ونلتزم بتقديم خدمات آمنة وموثوقة وفعالة تعزز الاستدامة. إن رسالتنا تتجاوز مجرد صيانة وتشغيل الشبكات، فاستراتيجيتنا اليوم تضع الابتكار في صميم أعمالنا، ونعمل على تمكين التحول الطاقي ودعم نمو السلطنة، استعداداً لمستقبل يعتمد على تقنيات متقدمة ومصادر أنظف للطاقة. فلا نكتفي فقط بمواكبة التغيير، بل نساهم بفعالية في صناعته. ويأتي مؤتمر IEEE PowerTalks 2025 ليجمع تحت مظلته نخبة من الخبراء وقادة القطاع محلياً وعالمياً من أجل مناقشة قضايا جوهرية مثل هياكل السوق، تكنولوجيا الشبكات، دمج مصادر الطاقة المتجددة وكفاءة الطاقة وغيرها. هذه ليست مواضيع نظرية، بل تحديات عملية نواجهها يومياً، وكل فكرة تطرح هنا يمكن أن تحدث أثراً مباشراً في تحسين الخدمات وتعزيز جودة الحياة. إن استضافتنا لهذا الحدث العالمي تجسد التزامنا الراسخ بدعم التحول الطاقي في السلطنة وتعزيز مكانة عمان كوجهة رائدة في الاستدامة والطاقة النظيفة. كما يمنحنا هذا المؤتمر فرصة لتبادل التجارب وربط التميز المحلي بالخبرات العالمية، بما يعزز جاهزيتنا لمستقبل الطاقة. أيها الحضور الكرام، أدعوكم جميعاً إلى التفاعل والمشاركة الفعالة في الجلسات وورش العمل لمناقشة التحديات والفرص وتطوير حلول واقعية تسهم في بناء منظومة طاقة أكثر استدامة. وإلى ضيوفنا من خارج السلطنة، نرحب بكم شاكرين حضوركم ومساهمتكم بخبرتكم في إثراء هذا الحدث. ولجميع الحاضرين أشكركم على كونكم جزءاً من هذا الحوار المهم. نسأل الله العلي القدير أن يوفقنا جميعاً لتحقيق أهداف هذا المؤتمر، وأن يعزز جهود التنمية المستدامة في ظل القيادة الحكيمة لمولانا حضرة صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه. مرحباً بكم مرة أخرى في مسقط، ومرحباً بكم في IEEE PowerTalks 2025.
شكراً جزيلاً لك مهندس علاء. السيدات والسادة، الحضور الكريم، ننتقل إلى الكلمة الرئيسية، وندعو الدكتورة كارول نخلة الأمين العام للنادي العربي للطاقة لإلقاء كلمتها بعنوان الطريق نحو مستقبل آمن للطاقة الكهربائية.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me such a great pleasure and honor to join you here in Oman. The last time I was in this beautiful country was more than 11 years ago, and I'm really amazed by the transformation I have seen over the last few years, and it's really a pleasure to be here among its kindest people in the region and beyond. Today, I want to focus on the bigger picture, on energy security in the age of electricity. As someone who grew up in the civil war in Lebanon, I have firsthand experience in what it means to have or to live without electricity, let alone reliable electricity. And it's not just an inconvenience, it's really a fundamental vulnerability. Electricity is the cornerstone of our modern society. But today, as the world undergoes a massive transformation in the way we produce and consume electricity, new risks are emerging and many unknowns are unfolding. So in this presentation, I'll try to explore the big picture, looking at the global and regional trends, then focus on what they mean for energy security in the age of electricity. So let's look first of all at the global picture. Where are we today? If you look at global electricity generation, you can see it has been on a steady increase in at least the last 3 decades, almost tripling over that period. Now, as an economist, I'm fascinated by the power sector because it is the only sector where every fuel competes. So unlike the transport sector, where oil is king, and it specializes in the transport sector, in electricity you can generate power from any fuel that is out there. And this is a breakdown of where we are getting our energy, our electricity from. In the slide on the left-hand side, I separated between different sources of renewable energy. So you have solar and wind to give you an idea of where we are standing today. Of course, coal remains the main source of power generation in the world. But if you combine wind, solar, biofuels, and other renewable energy except hydro. And the reason we separate hydro, it's because it is the oldest form of renewable energy, but its capacity to expand is limited. We cannot just have hydro from every single river we have around the world. So if you combine modern renewable energy, you can see they are almost on par with gas in terms of power generation. But if you include hydro, renewable energy together with hydro is not far from coal in terms of its contribution to power generation. Now, who is driving the demand for electricity globally? And this is by region. I understand that the picture is very different from one country to the other, but you can see how Asia Pacific is driving the growth. But interestingly, by 2030, the Middle East will overtake Latin America to become the 4th largest consumer of energy in the world. And that is a position it will sustain until 2050, when Africa jumps and becomes the 4th largest energy consumer in the world, electricity in particular. And what is driving that growth is a combination, of course, of economic development, access to electricity, urbanization, but there are other aspects as well, primarily new technologies. These new technologies, and of course there are many, but I picked up the ones that are making a huge jump in a short period of time. You look at data centers, and this includes crypto mining, as well as electric vehicles, which are electrifying the mobility sector, and heat pumps. You can see that out of the 3.3% increase in power consumption or generation in the last year, in 2024, around 0.7% came from those 3 technologies alone. That is more than 20%, so it is not insignificant. What is more interesting about this figure is that the growth in 2024 is almost double the growth in 2019. So a short period of time, we're seeing this kind of massive transformation of the contributors to power demand in the world. Now that is the big picture, but let me dig deeper into the regional breakdown. As I mentioned earlier, power sector is a sector where every single fuel competes. And the reason why I'm making an important point out of that, because this should remind us to understand why we have this kind of differences across regions. But before I get into that, I would like to highlight one thing. So clearly when I look at this picture, the Middle East stands out. The Middle East stands out for 2 reasons. One, it is still the only region in the world with such a significant consumption of oil in the power sector. Everywhere else, you can see the use of oil in power generation has been on a declining trend since the 1970s, since the first oil shock in 1973. But the second important observation about the Middle East is how more or less homogeneous the bar is compared to the other regions. It is the least diversified region in the world when it comes to power generation and power use compared to the world or also other regions. Even Asia, with its coal dependence, does not have the same kind of dependence as we have in the Middle East. And again, this conveys several things. One of them is the availability of resources, so we do have plenty of oil and gas, the competitiveness of those resources, but also government policy. And I'll come to that in a minute. But let's try to single out the dependence on each of these fuels. I took the largest contributing fuel to power generation in each region. And you can see how gas, and this is, I think it reflects, actually in Oman you have more than that, but on average, it's really a dominant fuel in power generation in the Middle East. And if you add two fuels, you get actually a more drastic picture because it's primarily oil and gas. And it's still much more balanced, or less balanced actually than other regions in the world. It's much more homogeneous than other regions in the world. I mean, Europe, they rely on two fuels for only 50%, but others, that is primarily modern renewables and nuclear power. Central America is a unique case because they have plenty of hydropower. And the picture doesn't change much. I tried to play with the numbers as much as I could to try to see if there is something else there, but I could not find a different message to convey to you, which is the lack of diversification in our power mix. Now, I understand lots of ambitious targets have been set, but again, we should be careful not to generalize, because here I wanted to show you how even Europe, the most aggressive region when it comes to climate change, actually when you look at individual countries, you get a different picture. So you can see, for instance, how Germany and Poland, they do have coal playing an important part, and in Poland, the dependence on coal as a percentage is higher than that of China. France, with the government policy to shift to renewables, to nuclear after the first oil shock, you can see how nuclear dominates. So we have to be careful not to generalize. But actually, when you look at the Middle East, we can generalize because the picture is pretty homogeneous across the different countries in the region. So I understand why we have set very ambitious targets in the region to increase the share of renewable energy in power generation. But here we have to be careful. We have to be careful because what we are trying to achieve today, globally, regionally, and in each country we're looking at, has never been done before, whether in terms of scale, in terms of speed, or in terms of the push from government policies, because the energy transition today is pretty different from what we have experienced before on these three metrics. And as you can see here, in 3 decades, 30 years, we managed to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels by only 6%. What we have seen, yes, renewables increasing, but they have been crowding out nuclear. And within fossil fuel, we have seen gas crowding out oil. But this is the picture that we don't often hear about, is how little progress we have achieved. Now, of course, things will change today with technology and everything, but demand is not static. Demand is also increasing. So we have to be realistic about what we are trying to achieve in a short period of time and what we need to have with us, put in place infrastructure, the regulation, the technology, the protection from cybersecurity, you name it, to ensure that our targets are achievable. And here, allow me to focus on energy security, but looking at electricity security. I did some research in terms of understanding how we define electricity security, and it's not any different from how we define energy security or security of supply. That is the availability of reliable, sustainable, affordable supplies of electricity. I took this from the IEEE, but from those two lines alone, one could identify several subheadings, and each of them require extensive research to understand how we achieve that. So it is a statement that is very easy to make, but very difficult to apply in reality. But there are two lessons I want to share with you, and these are taken from the unusual sectors, oil and gas. People say that, oh, we want to diversify or want to move away from oil and gas because oil and gas are not secure. Actually, if I learned something over the last few years, is that on the contrary, we have achieved greater security of supply when it comes to oil and gas. Why? We had massive geopolitical developments in the world in this region. We had a major energy crisis in 2022 in Europe, but then look what happened. We had spikes, and then immediate correction. Within few months, after we had the spike in gas prices in Europe in 2022, Within few months, we went back to much lower prices. That is something that was unheard of not long time ago. How was that achieved? I tell you how. So I want you to keep this in mind. It's not whether volatility is a sign of energy insecurity. It's how fast can the system correct itself after a crisis happens? Because you cannot rule out crisis. Things are going to happen. But how agile is the system to correct itself? We have achieved that with oil and gas. And you don't hear about, you only hear people talking about volatility. For me, volatility is normal when you have well-developed markets. But what are the two main lessons that I learned from what happened with oil and gas that are relevant for the power sector? With oil, demand management, energy efficiency, or a decline in energy intensity, or here in oil intensity, is super important in the oil sector, as is important in other sectors. And there are so many metrics that can affect efficiency and primarily pricing. But if you look at the oil sector, today it is half, the oil intensity is half what it used to be in 1970s when we had the first oil shock. So we had high prices, and in response, we had improvements in energy efficiency. So that's one thing we have to think about, the power of demand management. In gas, it is the liquefaction of gas, LNG, not because of its nature, but because markets became more connected. We're not anymore relying on pipeline as we used to be, but since 2021, we are relying increasingly more on LNG. And that should give us an idea about the importance of connectivity and liquidity in markets. When it comes to the power sector and energy transition, we have a very different picture than what we have with oil and gas. First of all, as you all know, it's not that if we have the sun shining in our sky, then our energy, renewable energy, is entirely domestically produced. Energy transition is mining intensive. As you can see here, electric cars versus conventional cars, and for example, wind power plants versus natural gas plants. You can see the dependence on metals and minerals. It's a completely different story. And those metals and minerals have to come from somewhere. Where are they coming? Actually, they are more concentrated in few countries than you do have with oil and gas. So we have much bigger concentration of metals and minerals needed for the energy transition than you do have with oil and gas. And that by itself makes me concerned about the potential of what we call resource nationalism. And we've already seen export control, revision of contracts, more government intervention, and that could get more and more with the energy transition accelerating. Now, what does that mean for those who are building solar panels and solar power and wind turbines? Costs are going to be an issue, and access to energy to those resources will be an issue. Not only that, another aspect of the resource nationalism, if I may say, and I go back to the earlier slide, is what we are seeing today. People think that President Trump in the White House is just a temporary manifestation of people being upset with certain way of policy direction. And I say it's a very naive thinking, because President Trump's arrival to the White House and with all these drastic changes in policies are a manifestation of a long-term trend that could pose a risk to energy security. That is deglobalization. That is lack of connectivity. That is protectionism. We need exactly the opposite to maintain energy security, not more protectionism. But more importantly, lack of policy consistency. You can see how in few years, from 2020 to 2023, we're talking about, that's it, the end of oil and gas age, we're moving to green energy. Then fast forward 2025, even the mighty IEEE, which said we don't need to invest in oil and gas anymore, they changed tone. And they said, no, actually, we need more oil and gas investment. Now, I'm not saying that we need or we don't need, I don't take sides. But if I am an investor, how can I commit the millions and the billions for many years to come if I have this kind of mercurial policy changes? So that is a key lesson I would like to leave with you, the importance of consistent policy that takes into the long-term perspective into consideration to send the right signal to investors and also consumers alike in the world. So what would I like to leave you with? First of all, that we have to understand that our energy system is undergoing a massive structural transformation. And when there are structural changes, this means there are lots of things that we don't know, and we are going to be sailing in the fog, and then gradually things are going to unfold. But we should not forget that throughout the whole history of energy, the cornerstone of energy security is diversity and diversity alone. But you cannot just copy and paste diversity. Diversity for each country means different things for other countries. It has to take into consideration the national context and reality. What works in one country does not work in another. We can learn from each other's experiences, but we should avoid copying and pasting. And at the end, I want to say that policy must keep pace with technology. Often from experience, I see regulations always catching up with policy, with technology. And technology today is moving quite rapidly. So are we building the right capacity to keep up with the improvements and the fast developments in technology? So that's another thing we need to think about, to bring investors and the private sector and the technology providers on par with policy makers. And at the end, remember, risks are evolving, so must we. So I leave you with this nice quotation from Albert Einstein: we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Thank you very much.
شكراً دكتورة على الكلمة القيمة. وفي الختام ندعو سعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي والمهندس علاء بن حسن بن موسى والدكتور أحمد المعشري والمهندس عبد الله بن سليمان الوهيبي إلى المنصة لتكريم شركائنا ورعاتنا الذين كان لهم دور جوهري في إنجاح هذا الحدث، وأعضاء اللجنة الفنية لدورهم الكبير في إعداد البرنامج الفني وتنسيق جميع تفاصيل المؤتمر. بداية فلتتفضل الدكتورة كارول نخلة المتحدثة الرئيسية لحفلنا اليوم لتكريمها. كما ندعو أعضاء اللجنة الفنية الذين شاركوا في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر لتكريمهم، بدءاً من المهندس سالم الكعبي. والمهندس يوسف المحروقي. والدكتور أحمد الشخصي. وكذلك يشرفني دعوة كل من البروفيسور عبد الله البادي. المهندس عبد العزيز الشكيلي. مستر آشتوش شارما. الدكتور مازن الشيذاني. المهندس أحمد المغدري. مستر جيمي هويزر. المهندس أحمد عبد المجيد. الدكتور طلال العولقي. دكتور روث بريلتش. المهندس ماجد الرحبي. مستر ليونيل روبن. المهندس إبراهيم الحبسي. المهندس يحيى الرواحي. وختاماً نتوجه بجزيل الشكر والتقدير للمهندس عبد الله الوهيبي على جهوده البارزة ومساهماته المحورية التي كانت عاملاً أساسياً في نجاح هذا الحدث وتحويله إلى أكبر فعالية متخصصة في قطاع الكهرباء والطاقة بالسلطنة. أما الآن ندعو ممثلي شركائنا ورعاتنا لتكريمهم تقديراً لهم. هيئة تنظيم الخدمات العامة. صحار الدولي. OQ. مرافق. شركة تنمية نفط عمان. الشركة العمانية لنقل الكهرباء. فولتام. هيتاشي. أكوا باور. شركة العنقاء للطاقة. EDF Power Solutions. زواوي PowerTech Engineering. Siemens. Siemens Energy. سوجكس عمان. يونيكورن. ختاماً نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لسعادة الدكتور سعيد بن حمد الربيعي على رعايته الكريمة لهذا الحفل، وندعوه لاستلام هدية تذكارية كتعبير عن امتناننا. والآن نطلب من جميع أعضاء اللجنة الفنية وشركائنا ورعاتنا الصعود إلى المنصة لالتقاط صورة جماعية. نقف اليوم أمام فرصة فريدة لتبادل الرؤى والخبرات ومناقشة التحديات والفرص التي تواجهنا، وفتح آفاق جديدة نحو التطور المستدام بما يتماشى مع رؤية عمان 2040 وأهدافها الطموحة في مجال تحول الطاقة. وندعوكم الآن لمرافقة ضيفنا الكريم لافتتاح المعرض المصاحب، ونذكركم بأننا سنعود إلى هذه القاعة لاستئناف جلسات المؤتمر في تمام الساعة 10:30. نشكر لكم تواجدكم ومشاركتكم الفعالة، ونتطلع إلى شراكات مثمرة وقيمة تسهم في تشكيل مستقبل قطاع الطاقة في سلطنة عمان. أهلاً وسهلاً بكم جميعاً.
Speakers, I will be a school teacher. You have 15 minutes each. Afterwards, we have some opportunity for Q&A, but I will give you 15 minutes. Mariam, the floor is yours.
Where's my presentation? Why I can't see it here? I need it, yeah. Why I can't? No slides here. I have it now. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be with you today at IEEE 2020, PowerTalk 2025 for the second time, and I'm honored to talk about Oman's latest policy development in the power sector. Those developments are not only transformative, actually, they are aligned with the national objective for economic diversification and sustainable economy, and they are part for broader journey toward cleaner, efficient, and resilient power sector. Through my presentation, I will speak first about the challenges we face in the power sector, and then about the opportunities we are unlocking, and I will speak about the latest policy development over the last 2 years, and I will conclude by presenting the controls and conditions to enable renewable energy national champions. Okay, doesn't. I need to go that way. Speaking about the challenges, as the power sector evolving rapidly, the first challenge is the growing demand in the power sector, driven mainly by the industrial expansion and the demand for electrification in the transportation sector and other main sectors. These challenges put big pressure or continuous pressure on the infrastructures and generation capacities. Also, there is the increasing penetration of renewable energy require big effort to balance the intermittent renewable energy with the constant or also a demand that have different peak compared to the supply. And the third challenge is the high electricity demand, which require a careful management of the subsidy, and also require us to find a critical or more efficient way to manage this subsidy. The grid stability is also becoming a challenge because we are at the early stages of storage and also of building smart grid. But these opportunities these challenges, we can turn them into opportunities. The first opportunity is to enforce our local and regional interconnection. This enforcement will enable power trade and also will improve the security of and reliability of the power system. and it will also reduce the requirement for generation capacities. Also, the abundant resources of renewable energy in Oman make Oman as an attractive destination for large-scale renewable energy projects. There is also opportunities to build on the storage long and short duration and long duration. This storage will improve the reliability of the power system and allow us to produce or to have round-the-clock supply project. And actually, we are in Oman currently speaking about 100% round-the-clock projects for different loads, like data centers and other industrial use. And also, there is a big opportunities in the energy efficiency and demand-side management. This opportunity, we can optimize the consumption, and also we can shape the peaks to match it with the supply. The latest development in the power sector are aligned with the Vision 2040 and with the national objective, and they focus mainly on the market liberalization, increasing the penetration of renewable energy to achieve the targets of renewable energy, which is 30% by 2030, 30 to 40% by 2030, 60 to 70% by 2040, moving to 100% to 90 to 100% clean energy by 2050. Also, these developments or these changes in the policy allow the sector to achieve its decarbonization targets and transition to clean energy. It will also allow the country to accelerate the low carbon economy by supplying different projects from clean energy sources. Speaking about the latest policy, the first policy is the auto generation policy. Simply, the auto generation policy allow the consumers, mainly the large consumer, to auto generate their own electricity from renewable resources and reduce their dependency on the grid. The auto generator must obtain a license or an exemption from Authority for Public Service Regulation. This license is granted in coordination with the Ministry of Energy and Minerals if the capacity of the project exceeds 25 megawatts, and the project are exempted from that coordination to ease the approval process if the capacity is less than 25 megawatts. Also, APSR set annual cap for auto generation. That annual cap is aligned with the national targets for renewable energy. The consumer who is willing to transit or to shift from the grid and build their own auto generation capacity must inform the supply company. And also, MPWP, NEMO Power and Water Procurement Company, will determine the time between the application for the auto generation project and the commercial operation of the project. There are also charges imposed on the auto generator. Those charges reflect the impact that auto generator will cause to the grid. And the auto generator also allowed to own their energy storage and operate it in accordance with the regulatory requirement from APSR. Also to ensure the accountability and control, the auto generator must hold majority shares in their generation units. The second policy is the direct sale policy. It's simple policy, but very critical for market liberalization. This policy enables direct sale of renewable electricity to eligible consumer under regulated condition. As in the auto generation, it's the direct sale generator must obtain a license from APSR in coordination with, and that license is obtained in coordination with MEM. And if the project is above 25, if the project under 25 megawatt, they are exempted from that coordination. And the eligible also there is annual cap for direct sale. That annual cap is set by APSR, and it is also aligned with the renewable energy goals. Again, the MPWP should determine the time between the application for direct sale generation and the shift of the existing of the customers to direct sale contract. This is to allow MPWP to reallocate the capacity to another customer and avoid the risk of stranded assets. There are charges for auto generation. Those charges include the wheeling charges, which is equal to the time of use of the system, applied to other customers in the national grid. And also there are other charges to cover the impact they might cause on the network. For example, if they request a backup from the network, they have to pay certain charges for that backup. Again, the direct sale generator is also allowed to own and operate energy system in accordance with the regulation from APSR. The third and the last policy is the electricity wheeling policy, which is highly interlinked with the direct sale policy. It allows the direct sale generator to shift or evacuate their energy from the generation point up to the consumption point. And according to this policy, only the licensed transmission and distribution company are allowed to operate grids in the Sultanate. Its private wire are not allowed under this policy. And there is, as mentioned in the direct sale policy, there is certain charges for that wheeling. Moving to the controls and conditions for enabling OQ Alternative Energy as a national champion company in the field of renewable energy. The objective of this condition, first of all, those condition was issued by the Minister of Energy and Mineral early this year, and they aim to create national company that is able to contribute to the renewable energy generation capacity and also able to compete in the future in the national projects. These conditions support the economic diversification and the domestic companies to invest in renewable energy. They are empowering national companies by developing local expertise and competitiveness in the energy sector. They support the economic and sustainability impact by empowering SMEs and building the local supply chain, also creating local manufacturing capabilities in the Sultanate and support the innovation aligned with the Oman economic goals. It also creates a room for SMEs to participate in the generation, on building the generation projects. Those conditions actually grant exclusive development right for OQAE to develop, establish, and manage renewable projects that are above 50 megawatts for both direct sale and auto generation. And similar to the direct sale projects and auto generation, OQ must follow the standard procedure set by the Authority for Public Service Regulation and obtain the license for each of its projects. And the land MEM will allocate lands for OQAE projects for direct sale. Also, those projects or OQ must comply with the requirement for direct sale, auto generation, and wheeling policy. Again, OQ must retain the financial and administrative control over the decision in its project to ensure the accountability and control over the project. And APSR will assess the impact of those control and condition and the impact of OQAE on the market efficiency, supply chain, localization, SME involvement, and submit annual report to MEM to ensure there is a follow-up from the ministry on the achievement of the targets of those conditions. Another supporting mechanism was given to OQAE. They are granted back a right on the independent power project, renewable energy projects. Those independent power projects are the projects tendered by MPWP for renewable energy generation capacities, they are granted up to 25 of the share of those projects, but those shares, they have to obtain that right before the floating of the tender, and they have to decide on whether they will take from 5 to 25 before the flotation of the tender. Accordingly, MPWP will add those terms of the ownership in the tender documents of that project. And the aim of this is to allow OQAE to involve in the large renewable project in the country, and at the same time maintain the open and competitive market for generation projects. Also, those projects, again, MPWP have to accept the rate of return submitted by the winning tender. Those projects are also exempted from the subscription requirements. Currently, the projects are requested to subscribe in the security market and float at up 40% of their shares in the security market, just to allow for the local to participate on the projects, with some exception for the resident projects. To conclude, all of these changes support the market liberalization and flexibility for both buyer and seller, and it also supports the greater penetration or the growing penetration of renewable energy. But all of this and the journey ahead requested a coordination and collaboration between both government entity, private sectors, and regulators. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam, for this very insightful presentation. I would also like to commend you on your excellent timekeeping. You set a fantastic benchmark for the following speakers. It is now my pleasure to ask Hamed Saleh Al-Fouri to come and present trends in Oman's energy mix and diversification strategies, exploration of PWP's efforts to diversify Oman's energy sources, including the shift towards renewable and clean energy. Hamed is a project and contracts chief engineer, leading the development of IPPs and water projects at Nama Power and Water Procurement Company. He not only procures, but he also manages those contracts. Hamed, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I would like you to focus on what's coming up at the moment, because it will be a completely transformational journey demonstrating OPWP's effort into what we have done so far in renewable energy project and what's coming up in the future. And I would like to take you through this journey to demonstrate our energy transformational efforts and what we have been delivering so far. But before we go diving into the details, I would like to illustrate the roles and responsibilities that have been conducted by OPWP, by Nama Power and Water Procurement Company, in accordance with the current regulations and systems that are governing the electricity sector here in Oman. So Nama PWP is a licensed company under the sector law, which was established back in 2004, which mandates Nama PWP to carry out a number of activities. And Nama PWP is a fully government-owned company by Nama Holding, which is also owned by the Oman Investment Authority. And we are also a subsidiary of Nama Holding. So NEMA BWB is mandated to carry out economic purchase of both water and electricity capacities, which we have to ensure the procurement of those capacities in security and reliable basis in order to achieve our security of the required capacities. In addition to that, we are doing all of these procurement activities in direct collaboration with the private sector in a form of public-private partnership. And this kind of framework has enabled us to directly bring huge investments directly into the country in developing those respective projects, whether we are talking about renewables, thermals, or even desalination plants. And this framework that we are running our business and we are operating under the sector has enabled us to carry out Oman's energy transition objectives, and we were able to achieve a number of targets. First of all, developing our renewable energy procurement roadmap. At the same time, we are aiming for decarbonization and increasing the efficiency of utilization of the fuel, as well as conducting a comprehensive capacity planning and utilization of existing generation assets in the country generally. And a number of sustainable initiatives has resulted out of those activities that we have been carrying out so far. Now, I would like to touch upon a number of key major milestones that have impacted the energy transition in this sector. And I would say that the first milestone was related to the establishment of the National Energy Renewable Policy Framework by the ABSR back in 2016, and that has focused on developing the required framework for rooftops, but that was a starting point. 1 year later, we were able to develop and sign the agreement for the first wind IBB project in the region with a capacity of 50 megawatts. And in 2019, we were able to sign the agreement for the development of Abri 2 Solar IBB with a capacity of 500 megawatt, and that was the largest PV project connected directly to the grid. And in 2022, the government established the requirement to achieve 30% of renewable generation by 2030. And in 2023, we closed the deal for development of both Manah 1 and Manah 2 with a combined capacity of around 1,000 megawatts. And I can proudly highlight that those two projects are currently operational and contributing to renewable generation capacities in Oman. And recently, we closed the deal for the development of Abri 3 Solar with a capacity of 500 megawatt as well, but with addition of battery storage as a unique technology that we are bringing to the country for the first time. Now, when we talk about renewable energy procurement and transition, we have to address the current situation and where we are standing at the moment. So the current Oman energy mix of electricity is coming primarily from gas-fired power plants and solar, plus the wind. But those solar and wind contributes to about 8% at the moment, and the gas-fired power plants about 92%. And we are aiming to increase that allocation of the required capacities to 21% of solar and 9% for wind. And we are seeing here a trend of increasing the allocation of renewable projects, both for solar and wind, which we are targeting to achieve around 40% by 2031, compared to 8% as of 2025. In terms of the number of projects and the allocation of the required capacities, at the moment we have around 1.5 gigawatt of solar and 50 megawatt of wind. And we are going to increase that up to 2.4 gigawatt of solar by 2027 and 155 of wind. And hopefully we are targeting to achieve around 7 gigawatt of solar by 2030 and almost 2 gigawatt of wind by 2030, distributing in various locations in Oman, starting from, Dakhliya, Sharqiya, all the way to Dhafar, where we have huge potential for wind, primarily. When we are talking about energy transition, we have to cover our decarbonization and enhancing fuel efficiency efforts. NEMA, Power and Water Procurement Company, was able to reduce the fuel consumption from almost 374 standard cubic meter per megawatt hour all the way to 200 as of 2024. And we are pushing that further reduction up to 131 by 2030 due to two main reasons: the huge integration of renewable projects into the grid, as well as introducing more efficient systems for gas-fired power plants. In addition to the previous discussion, I must highlight that Misfa and Duqm IBBs are under development with a capacity of around 2.6 gigawatts. And for those key projects, we are introducing for the first time requirements for hydrogen combustion technology in order to consider any integration of hydrogen as part of the energy mix fuel up to certain percentages, as well as we are taking into account carbon capture and storage requirements for future expansion of those facilities once the technology allows for it. In addition to that, we are also developing the first waste-to-energy project in Oman with a capacity of 100 megawatt, and we are aiming to achieve commercial operation by 2031. With regard to the capacity planning and utilization, OPWP has partnered with a number of entities and stakeholders in Oman to maximize the utilization of existing assets to meet our demand requirements and to provide further security to the grid. This is by collaborating with entities such as BDO, Sahara Aluminium, and other entities to examine if there is any potential for utilizing those capacities at certain particular time of the year to meet our objectives. In addition to that, we have also exchanged with GCCIA in a very specific framework, of course, to allow for this meeting the requirements of the demands, as well as to provide security of the grids. In addition of the opportunities that this connection allows for further trading with the specific GCCIA states. Finally, with regard to a number of sustainable initiatives, we have energy mix studies that we have been carrying out so far, and supporting the IWB's developers to meet their energy requirements from renewable energy and the management of the IRX certifications. Out of those studies in a high level, we have determined that batteries will be a key contributor towards security of our system and providing objectives such as demand response, capacity shifting, as well as ancillary services of the grid. At the moment, thermal and pumped hydro are under further examination from our side from a preliminary studies perspective to see if there is any potential to deploy those technologies in further capacity requirements. And of course, we will consider both the discharge duration as well as the capacity that we can achieve. With regard to battery storage, as I said earlier, EBRI 3, we have already considered battery requirements as part of this project, but we are also developing standalone BESS projects, which will be distributed in different locations in Oman with different capacity requirements ranging from 1,000 megawatt to around 1,400 megawatts. Now, when we are talking about integrating renewables with existing assets, we were able to support a number of desalination plants such as Sur, Sharqiya, and Barka 5 IWB for developing their own renewable energy assets, which will contribute to both meeting their electricity requirements as well as reducing the demands from our side. I must highlight that OPWP is a key enabler towards achieving our renewable energy targets in Oman and enabling Oman's energy transition by both collaborating with the government as well as the private sector in order to achieve those objectives that have been highlighted previously. And thank you very much. And I would like to invite our audience to visit our website for further information related to new developments and any other updates that they wish to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ahmed, for that great presentation, very insightful. It is now my pleasure to introduce Peter Stiles from Stratos Energy Consulting. But Peter has a long history in energy trading. He and I were actually together in ZETA, which is the Zero Emissions Traders Alliance that is part of DII Desert Energy. But Peter has been together with Paul van Zon, the founder of DII Desert Energy, in establishing the European Energy Traders, EFET, which is the Association of Energy Traders in Europe. So he has a long history in that. He's currently involved in energy trading in Ukraine since last year. And it's my pleasure to invite him to the stage and let him talk about wholesale power market design, potential evolution of the current model in Oman and surrounding Gulf states. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Frank, and it's a delight to be here. I'll share with you the fact that this is my first visit to Oman since 1989, when I was visiting my sister who lived here in the 1980s. So I'm already honored to be invited and fascinated to see the vast changes in your country in those intervening 35 years. I felt very old when the first three Omanis I mentioned this to said, well, 1989, that was the year I was born. But the spirit I see is still the same. I've observed that hospitality and generosity and the interest in foreigners is very much alive and well. So, as I say, it's a real delight to be here. As Frank mentioned, I've been involved in energy trading in Europe ever since the liberalization of the whole electricity and gas sectors took place in the late 90s. And I hope that enables me to bring a perspective on the choices that lie in front of Oman at the moment. It's a very exciting phase for your electricity sector, as we've already heard from other speakers, from the ministry, from NAMA, and I applaud the efforts to bring renewable energy increasingly into the mix. So just to be clear, tomorrow I think I will have a second presentation where I will talk about how the market and the trading of products can help bring about the energy transition to facilitate a cost-effective transition to renewable sources. What I want to talk about today is more the design of the wholesale power market and how that also can bring about greater cost efficiency and greater choice for consumers in the energy sector in your country. So, some fundamentals first. How would the region, GCC region, wider Middle East region, or Oman individually as a country, conceive of a liquid and deep wholesale power market? What are the characteristics? If you accept that this would be ultimately the most efficient model for the electricity sector in the country, how could you go about introducing it and taking advantage of it? I think three main elements. Competition. Don't be afraid of competition. Encourage competition, because this way, I think, more inward investment and more infrastructure will become available over time. Unbundling. axiomatic. I think that's already embedded in the reforms introduced by the ministry, that transmission and distribution of power should be separate from generation and supply. Otherwise, there's no commercial nexus really possible when it comes to getting the power to the market. And thirdly, an element which may be overlooked sometimes, equally important, transparency. So again, not to be afraid of visibility of prices, visibility of price formation, and in due course, when the sector is further reformed, disclosure of both the availability of generation capacity and, of course, the availability of transmission capacity. Now, you'll have to excuse me because my understanding of the stage of evolution of the sector and its organization is limited from not very much exposure, but I'm hearing that there is an inclination in Oman to move towards a pool model of some sort, and maybe a mandatory pool, meaning generators would have to bid in spot transactions to a power pool. This is not a bad model to start with, actually. Mandatory pool can preclude opacity of off-market transactions, and it should enhance short-term competition when first introduced. I think what we see in countries that have used a pool model, and some of them, including the country where I chair one of the main energy trading companies, Ukraine, that the pool has limitations because it tends to bring a focus very much on day-ahead trading, and it doesn't leave the choice, if it's mandatory, for over-the-counter trading. And within a region like the GCC region, it tends to bring difficulties in doing cross-border deals unless there are bilateral arrangements between national pools. Even then, I would not recommend it as the ideal. So what are the alternatives? Well, one alternative market design, which is where most European countries started, is to simply have spot trading over the counter. So a simple commodity market, much as you would have in gas, and I know that's already starting in Oman, spot contracts, forward contracts, which can be financial or physical in nature, where most deals are bilateral or done through brokers. You can have an exchange as an add-on. In Europe, exchanges tended to come later in most countries. And you can have a scheme where trading is done quite simply based on standard contracts, and it's a way to get things going. This is the model that was chosen in Germany from the start, France, and some other important European countries. But the Nordic countries, which you see missing from this map, chose a simpler pool model to start with, as did Greece, which you also see is missing from this map because they never brought in simple OTC spot trading. So perhaps a sophisticated alternative, one to aim for eventually, I think, in the GCC area, might be a market design where there's a mixture of over-the-counter trading of power and power exchanges which facilitate the coupling of national or regional markets. And this is the concept of an exchange or pool operator operating in one bidding zone, and the bidding zone being linked to other bidding zones through a mix of transmission capacity allocation and automatic allocation of capacity day ahead through an exchange algorithm. So other exchanges may then offer separately financial futures, and there may be instruments to hedge the risk of cross-border differences in price. The eventual aim may be, depending on how good the interconnections are, to levelize pricing across a region, across several bidding zones. But the main objective actually is simply to make the bidding and the trading and the purchasing and the supply happen seamlessly and more efficiently so that the price finding is good and the price outcome is the best possible price outcome for consumers, while still allowing, of course, a profit for generators. A third way, which I personally would not recommend, and I don't think it brings very much to a region like the Gulf region, would be a decentralized trading mechanism. I mention this for completeness. Commonly used in PJM, the Pennsylvania, Maryland, New Jersey market in the United States, where effectively trading is done according to individual prices over transmission vectors. So effectively, the bidding is for delivery in one place from generation in another place, including factoring in the cost of transmission and the cost of any congestion on that line. It brings the advantage that in a complex interlinked system like that in Pennsylvania, Maryland, and New Jersey, there is certainty in delivery, but the disadvantage is that price formation can be opaque and market liquidity tends not to be very good. So I'm seeing my own notice for 5 minutes. That's good. I'm coming on to not exactly conclusions and recommendations because I don't presume to make recommendations at this stage of my familiarity with the Oman power sector. But assuming that the overall aim for the government and for entities like NAMA and OQ is to optimize the functioning of a power market, especially at the wholesale level, then I'm just thinking about a few possible aims that you could conceive. An encouragement of competition and choice. I've heard that implicitly already in presentations, but I think it would be good to be more explicit about it. Accelerate the development of market-based retail pricing. This, I realize, in the region is a big ask. Prices are very low. They tend to be cost-based, marginal, short-run cost-based, actually. But for the sector to be profitable and to be self-fulfilling, I think market-based retail pricing would be a good aim. Enhance transparency and liquidity. I've already talked about those. And facilitate cross-border transactions, because the wider the region for the operation of a market, the more efficient and accessible it's likely to be. This, I would suggest, could bring Omani enterprises advantages if they were able, if your companies were able to better access the systems in neighboring countries, in UAE and Saudi Arabia. So reforms that you could consider: allow retail supply for new entrants. I see that this is already being done a little bit under the guidance of the ministry for those who wish to buy renewable power. Reminds me of what was going on in Germany already in the 1990s. It's a good first step. Allow over-the-counter wholesale transactions. I think in reality you're already doing that. Enable generators, not just a single buyer, to bid for transmission capacity and to transact across borders. I know it takes courage to dismantle a state monopoly, but I think that in due course this could bring benefit to generators, could enhance the attractiveness of inward investment, and, as I say, bring Omani companies new opportunities in neighboring countries. And eventually, if you want transparency, competition, and liquidity to flourish, then you need to allow pure traders into the market, not just those who are supplying or generating electricity. And then I'm thinking finally about a path to improvements in the wider Gulf region. I realize this would take a very strong diplomatic, effectively also commercial initiative, but I hope that harmonization of the market design would soon be on the radar. I think it's already somehow within the GCC purview. A common market design would certainly help all of you, I think, across the GCC. Access to cross-border transmission capacity, as I've already mentioned, and then maybe it exists, but I haven't found any information about it if it does, perhaps a GCC committee on further development of wholesale energy markets across the region. Work with other member states to think about how you could establish a timetable for harmonizing market designs, further open borders to electricity transactions, and including in that vision forward and future transactions. So when you get the slides, you'll see what we're doing in ZETA. We're about zero emissions trading of green products, certificates, guarantees of origin, carbon emission allowances, and so on. I'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow. We have roundtables. We encourage you to attend. Everyone is welcome. And see you again tomorrow, but see you on the panel as well. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Peter. That was, again, very insightful. So we heard about regulation this morning. We heard about the power market design. And none of that can happen without money. So it is my pleasure now to welcome Hisham Hassan Musa to elaborate on that. He is Senior Executive Vice President and Head of Project Finance and Global Banking at Sora International Bank. And he will speak about financing the energy transition, investment trends in capital flows in renewable and low-carbon projects. Hisham, the floor is yours.
I believe you can hear me all. Assalamu alaikum jami'an, and welcome all to Oman. I had an issue actually to stay in one place and speak, so I keep moving a lot, so to make the audience try to catch me wherever I go. I will take you through some topics that usually they say it's kind of boring when you speak about money. What they do, they take money, they give money only, and they do a lot of projects here and there. Just simply being in Sohara International, the leading bank in the Sultanate of Oman, and our aim hopefully to be one of the top banks in the region in the coming few years. We've been investing in a couple of projects besides the normal straightforward financing or giving money to project and waiting for that to be paid to us. Sorry. Usually how we differentiate between normal banking, we support the sector by tracking first different steps. First of all, by inviting the investors who comes in. We would like also to have a new investor, a new mindset, a new know-how in different sectors in Oman. So that's why we required actually before we go immediately to sign the check and giving the money, we want them to introduce them to the investment authorities in Oman, Authority of Public Services or Ministry of Commerce through Invest Oman. We take them at the moment they land and until they get the full life. Hear me, okay. Some issue in the voice. So we take them through the investment proposal as well when they pitch for the government, because we know there are different projects, different structures, different energy source can be, as it's mentioned in the previous presentation, like coal, renewables, gas. Even we help them when they discuss with the officials in different authorities to get For example, allocation of power to make project run smoothly. The next step as well, when we see that we have a structure, we have an investment proposal in line, what we do next, we help them in both sides, how to raise money for the project, as well how to approach the banks for financing. Because simply, as I clearly mentioned earlier, we want to be part of the financing part of the project when we start from the day one all the way until it's executed and it's successfully operated. And then the last topic definitely will happen when we provide the financing for the project. Depends on the structure. Is it like a normal financing or it's a huge ticket? Then we arrange the syndication. We worked, being a local bank as well, to lead a transaction with international bank, like Omani local bank who lead this transaction. Mainly in power sector, we have a good credential actually, which I take you through in the next slides. So we believe, as I mentioned, all these pillars, the 5 pillars, is actually required for any project to be successful. And being a financer or an investor or an equity provider or even a debt provider or even regulator for the country, I ensure that each project has these 5 pillars to make it successful. As differently, there were a lot of experts, and I believe many more experts will talk about various points that already mentioned here. Being in Oman, we can see a lot of PPPs as well being issued in the country, and that will increase also in the coming next year or in coming few months. Okay. Actually, we can witness this from the previous presentation as well. We are aiming to reach Oman of a zero carbon in the coming number of years, and that work should start already, which has been started actually a couple of years back. And we want, being a bank, in respect of the brand name it is, but we want to be, as a local bank, the lead for this project by working in partnership. We enter it as a partner, not just a finance or a normal corporate bank. One of the points here, like I would like to mention, in the sector of power, we are, alhamdulillah, being successful, invited for various financing opportunity to different projects. But nevertheless, we asked and we went to the tenders of that company. We take them one step ahead, asking them that we want to be part of the whole value chain of that sector. Today, for example, been aiming to have a investing number of billions of dollars in renewables or in green power. We've been part, for example, in polysilicon project in Oman. We make sure that the polysilicon, which is the upstream project, will be in Oman set. So then we can attract the midstream on that, the panels as well, which will have the final product as a downstream, and that will be traded in the country, which will go back to the various projects we mentioned here in solar and other renewables energies. Because we believe that when we see the mandate of setting a new power plant in different sector and different region in Oman, we see that the opportunity actually we should attract, being a bankers at the end, we are commercial guys. They keep saying we are capitalism, actually we look for money only. But that's our job, that's why we are paid for. So, but nevertheless, we take the project from the first angle as a start. If that's, for example, let's say a solar plant or let's say a wind project, okay? We have our studies. For us, it's a learning. And it's proud to say that we are the only bank in the Middle East being mandated along with a regional player, green hydrogen plots in Oman. Okay, for us, for me, as you know, bankers, usually we count money. For that, all the way to learn about the green hydrogen, different type of hydrogen, how that will help to have renewable power in Oman. That took us a journey, and we are working with a regional partner as one of the blocks that's been awarded to them. Nevertheless, on the other topic, we invest beside the normal financing and lending in various currencies, local, international. We create funds that invest in renewable energy and a fund in the green hydrogen. For us, again, being a bank, it's not about financing, but about also how to attract investors, and we act with them as an investor in these projects. So simply, any project will have its own debt and equity, so we will be part of everything. For strategy in the bank to target anything that moves, actually. That's, being part of that marketing of the bank, that couple of transactions that we've been through successfully in different plants, being in long banking life. We took many projects in power sector from the way that they came with the suitcases to the country, all the way until they build the project, and then they go on public, divest it in the stock exchange until they complete the project, and they go beyond that to have the offtake from the government, and that plant is being operated fully and been servicing its own debt. And even though when they get another contract to extend their plant, we go with them for the next step as well. Because as a bank, or as a financial institution, usually we should be a partner in a project, not just a lender. So the latest, I believe, many gentlemen and ladies in the exhibition center, they were asking about the GCCIA interconnection project that's been involved. That blessing with God, that project, when we see that it will add value to the country, and station or the power plant will start in Oman, in the Dhahra region, specifically in Ibri, okay, and it will go all the way to the GCC countries to the north. We see that being in Oman, we can help that interconnection, not only in Oman actually. We want to see how we can be beyond Oman and outside Oman. So that's why we get in touch with them from day one. We went the project itself. We finance them actually to arrange that first step, which will be from the Sultanate of Oman, and we are proud to be selected as Oman to start that connection from Oman itself all the way to the north. And for us, it's just not a stop, actually. A step of different projects that will follow up, which will take us, inshallah, if we are successful in many engagements. So that's all I think I have. And I will see you around, and if you have any questions, please feel free. And thank you.
Very quick. Thank you, Hisham. That was also very insightful, and we do hope that you brought your checkbook, because I am sure that some people would be interested in that. With that, I would like to now switch to the economic impact of Oman's energy transition, which is an analysis of policy shifts and growth opportunities by Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri. He is Vice President Sustainability of the Sohar Port Free Zone. He leads strategies that align Oman's energy transition with economic growth and industrial competitiveness. And he is also driving the development of international trade corridors for clean hydrogen. And for those of you that may not know, Port of Sohar is partly owned by the Port of Rotterdam, which has a very extensive hydrogen strategy. I had the pleasure of visiting there a couple of months ago, and it's really impressive. And I think, I'm really looking forward to hearing what Sohar is doing in that same space. Thank you. Abdullah, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hayyakum Allah. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today to exchange some of the perspectives on the economics of energy transition. What does that mean? And how could we really, as a country, leverage upon the policy shifts that are taking place not only in Oman, but in the region and across the globe. So until this gets set up, indeed, I am currently taking the role of a sustainability at the Port of Sohar Free Zone, which is the biggest industrial cluster in Oman and one of the biggest across the GCC. So we're doing a lot in transition, but I'll focus so much today on what does this what does this transition mean for Oman as an economy and as a country. So it's the economics, basically, of energy transition. So before this slide, what is shown is the landscape of energy in Oman, and it highlights that the supply in Oman has increased folds of magnitude, an order of magnitude, or in fact 12 times from the time in 1990 all the way to 2020, so more than 12 times. But also it was so much reliant on the use of oil in the economy. So oil was making 66% of the utilization of energy in Oman, and that changed to 29%. So the share of oil, the usage of oil in the economy of Oman dropped to 29%, and there you go, the gas has picked up from 18% to 58% in 2020. If you see the demand on the right-hand side of the slide, that you'll also see that industry and transport were making up around 70% of the utilization, that is industry and transport, while in 2020 other sectors has picked up, and one of them was commercial aspects. So commercial activities has also picked up and started to contribute to the economy. The total investments were close to $800 billion in the period of between 2003 and 2023, so 20 years of a period. 29% of those were related to oil and gas upstream, related to the upstream energy business, so it's really a good chunk of investments. And you could see in the brackets at the bottom that 78% of those were coming as FDIs, foreign direct investments. In terms of employment, the energy sector employs a sizable number of resources. So the registered employees were around 2.6 million or 2.5 million in 2022, according to NCSI. Around 27% of those were direct employees of the oil and gas upstream. Those were the direct employees. So if you calculate the indirect and the induced, it'll be a big part of the portfolio. So that tells us how does the energy sector plays out in terms of supply, demand, and obviously investments and employment. Oman Vision 2040 was set out that we diversify our economy and we invest so much on the renewables and hydrogen, and also we push even harder for the natural-based solutions. These are the mandates or the key pillars of Oman Vision 2040. And alongside those, Oman Net Zero Center was established, and the mandate is that the country as a nation, or the nation, a collective nation, we should aim to approach net zero by 2050. So that was set up also earlier this year. And of course, we need to focus on the environment and the natural resources and the optimization of those moving forward. So looking at the vision assumes that we need to grow 5% year on year in terms of GDP. That's 5% until 2040. And that would translate into a lot of energy requirements moving forward. So if that translates to around 30% of growth on energy requirements, then you could see that we jump from 350 terawatt hours all the way to around 1,000 terawatt hours in 2050. So there's a big jump in terms of energy consumption. And what this tells us is that there'll be a lot of requirements on the energy ecosystem to be in place. That's on the generation side, transmission, and talking about renewables, storage, and obviously the demand side. So again, the vision really emphasizes that we need to focus on the economic diversification, and economic diversification is obviously much broader than energy, but really, really depends on a fully functioning energy system. So if the energy system in any nation is not functioning, then you cannot really build a sustainable and competitive economy. And we see it in a number of countries these days. The second pillar is that we need to attract some of the clean technology manufacturing into the country, as clearly stipulated in Oman Manufacturing Strategy 2040. So the strategy calls for the localization and the building of innovation ecosystems in the value chains of solar, wind, hydrogen, and the wider definition of clean technologies. So that's also a big pillar of the Vision 2040. And of course, alongside that, we need to create jobs. So if we see in terms of our exports, we relied so much, around 60+% of our exports are so much resource-based. We depend so much on oil and gas, and then that makes up our direct revenues as a government. And of course, the other exports are, in some ways, are also relevant, are also related to oil and gas, and that's the downstream industries, for example. Electricity, so now I'm going slowly to the power generation. Electricity, we used to be 100% gas-based prior to 2020, and then Oman has taken the leap, and of course the previous presenters has talked about the policies and the policy changes. So in 2020, we had 2% of renewables in the grid. As far as I know, we currently have 11% of renewables in the grid, and during the winter times, it goes all the way up to 40%. So really a major shift in the past 5 years in terms of energy mix. And obviously that translates to a reduction in emissions. So with that, as I said, renewable energy is no longer an option, and this is an example in Sohar. So we've done a survey to our tenants. We host and we have close to 2,000 companies residing and operating in the port and the free zone. It's really a vibrant hub. 80% of those are really interested in renewables, are already in renewables, or they're interested. And of course, a lot of drivers for them, you could see on the right-hand side of the slide, that it's because of sustainability commitments, compliance, and of course, being resilient in their existing markets or even their growth markets. So more than 70% of their drivers are business and positioning related. And obviously, one of them is CBAM. I talked about the ramp-up in the requirements of energy from 1990 to 2020, so in the span of 30 years, and it was 12 times. So our energy consumption has grown 12 times. If we see only for hydrogen, you could see the dashed line, that's Oman's current electricity generation. It's around 40 terawatt hours, at least at the time of making these slides. And then by 2050, it should increase to something like 440 or so 10 times the requirements for power in the next 25 years. That's only for hydrogen, let alone the growth in industry and the residential consumption. So we're really expecting also a massive growth in the power sector, and that's a chance for the investors, technology providers, and of course, service providers to come along and make use of this. If we see that the renewables in the region are already in the money, so we're not really, Oman is not selling promises, rather selling progress. There is a lot of, the sunshine and the wind is not a slogan, it's already a cash flow curve. So you could see that the cost or the price for the megawatt hours for solar in the region or onshore wind is already in the money. So you could see the natural gas-based levelized cost of electricity shown in the dashed gray bar, and then the remaining is the bars of those projects happening in the region. Obviously, you could see that we are much below now the cost for the natural gas-based. Obviously, what this means, especially for solar, that we can push up to a limitation, and then we would need storage of some sort to really make it as levelized. The other economic value of energy transition in Oman is that we need to build resilience and contestability. So connecting renewables to the industrial clusters would facilitate, would strengthen the competitiveness. But looking at the industrial clusters in the region, and you could see that there's extensive mapping of the industrial clusters in the region, more than 71 clusters, ranging from really small scale to all the way massive scale. And Sohar Port and Free Zone is one of those big industrial clusters. You could see that they are big consumers of energy. But then deep diving into the industrial setups and the nature of those industries in the clusters, you would see that most of the industries are more or less the same. So energy intensive industrial, so very much energy intensive industries, like for example, the aluminum, the refineries, the methanols, the ureas, the ammonias, the steel and the cement. So the industries in the GCC are more or less replicas. If talking about Oman, talking about the rest of the GCC member states, because we are so much endowed with competitive energy resources, and that's why the thinking was, let's maximize the value chain and let's establish downstream industries. But what that suggests is that there is a need to establish something contestable, something unique in Oman. So more of petrochemicals, more of metals of the same nature would only be building more of the same. So, but building something more resilient, something more contestable, like clean technology manufacturing, the polysilicons, the PV, the wafers, the ingots, and aspects of the wind and aspects of the hydrogen would strengthen the economic structure and economic benefit of the nation. This graph is a true graph, and it's for one of the industrial clusters. You could see that energy is so much related to investments. So the more we provide competitive energy, the more we can attract investments. The question is, how can we decouple or start decoupling from the conventional oil and gas to that of a mixed portfolio? And that's where the renewables would come into play. That's where the low carbon hydrogen would come into play, whether it's white hydrogen, green hydrogen, yellow hydrogen, or the blue hydrogen. But all in all, and that's why I say economic diversification is so much wider than energy, but it really relies on a fundamental and a functional energy system, and this is what the graph explains. In Sohar, this is a real example, and it was touch-based from the previous speaker. Indeed, we're focusing on clean technology manufacturing localization. We're commissioning the polysilicon manufacturing, which is the first in the Middle East this year. We've signed up for the solar cells. We have investments going on for the PV modules. We are in advanced stages of finalizing the node for the ingots and the wafers. And with that, we would complete the value chain for solar, hopefully by the middle of next year. And what we're also focusing on is developing the innovation. So there's a lot of innovation in these domains. So strengthen the innovation in alignment with the national institutions in Oman. So that's an example for the solar. We're doing the same for wind, and also we're doing the same for hydrogen. The question is, talking about economics, do we need to start from zero? And the question is, no, there is a lot already in the ground. There is a lot of competence in the ground. And you could see here in this graph the linkage between oil and gas, upstream and downstream, and the clean technology or clean energy supply chains at the bottom. There's a lot of interlinks, and of course there is a lot of transversal adaptivity that can be taken from the oil and gas, starting with the infrastructure, so talking about pipelines, overhead lines, talking about some of the petrochemical storage and transportation facilities, talking about industrial ports. We've got already a lot on the ground, and that can be transversed to the clean technology manufacturing and, of course, the clean technology economy. The second one is the products. After all, Oman, talking about hydrogen, Oman is the third largest producer of hydrogen in the region, so hydrogen is not new to Oman. There is a lot of competence, and Sohar is at the top of these manufacturing hubs in Oman. So products like methanol, ammonia, refineries can be switched from natural gas-based to clean hydrogen. And the third one is the competence, the skill sets, the technologies, and the organizational governance can also be transversed from oil and gas all the way to clean technology manufacturing. And of course, there is also the established fiscal linkage. That's the relationship with investors, with the banks, with institutions that can be leveraged upon. And all of that would help us to diversify the economy and establish jobs. During the time when I was at the IEEE, there is a lot of recommendations for policymakers in the country. Those were related to energy, but also to labor and industrial policies. For industries, for example, the Manufacturing Strategy 2040 was updated and endorsed by the Cabinet this year, and it highlights and clearly captures clean technology manufacturing as one of the focus areas in that strategy. And the same goes for energy, diversifying and the large-scale development and deployment of renewables that would not only accelerate the learning curve, but also develop the supply chains in the country. So a lot of things are already taking shape in the country, and I think Oman is really taking some solid and good steps in this. The last slide is, what if we don't do it? So if we do it, then it's economy, it's diversification, it's jobs, it's new industries, it's decarbonization, and it's a lot of that. What if we don't do it? Especially in an economy that's so much reliant on oil and gas and is so much reliant on exports. We are so much an export-oriented economy, then this would happen. Because the world outside us is really transitioning. I was just in China, I came back last night. China is really transforming. China itself was responsible for the offtake of more than 2/3 of the growth of oil in the last 20 years. So more than 2/3 of the growth of oil was taken by China in the last 20 years, and was responsible also for more than 1/3 of the growth in natural gas over the last 20 years. So China has changed the energy world in the last 20 years, but now China is changing. Now China is changing. You could see that the EVs are everywhere. In fact, in the 3 days that I was there in China, I hardly saw a petrol pump. It's mostly electric chargers in the country. Even the electric vehicles, the old ones, were changed to EVs. So China is really moving to electrification, so that ultimately would impact all the producer economies and the economies that are so much dependent on oil and gas exports. But anyway, if Oman does nothing, and the exports and the externalities get impacted, then this would be the impact on our economy. You could see a lot of negatives, whether it's in all the scenarios. So in the APS announced pledges scenario, all the steps, whether it's the low case step scenario or the high case, you could see that the impact is across the board. In the GDP, GMB, the exchange rate and the fiscal balance, and even the welfare would be impacted negatively. So this is if we don't do anything in the economy. But, hopefully, I think we are all aligned that momentum is there to do what's possible and what's necessary to transition. So with that, I change. I look forward, with that, I finish. I look forward to the panel discussion and to engaging with you more. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for those, beautiful slides and great insights in what the Port of Sohar and the economic zone is doing. And I think we all agree that, to your point, that this is not a nice to have. It's a necessity, and it's something that we are all working on. Now, with that, I would like to introduce Talal Al-Awlaki, who will tell us about the industrial energy efficiency side of things in Oman, with the aim to save gas. And of course, the best energy that we can use is actually the energy that we're not using, because in terms of energy efficiency, that's a no-brainer. The less we use, the less cost we have, the less negative externalities, etc. And I'm looking forward to your presentation. Dr. Talal is currently Vice President for Energy Excellence in OQ Alternative Energy, of course, the local champion, and he's working on energy efficiency business solutions in upstream, downstream, and ESCO. And I'm looking forward to your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much for the very nice introductions and discussions. So I think today we had, I think, a very rational flow of panels. We listened to Sada Maryam about the policy. We have seen how the generation has been shaped in the country, especially from the beginning, and the evolutions of the policymakers in harmonizing the market. And then we have listened to very interesting presentations with Nama, with Mohandes Hamad Al-Fouri, when he touched base about very interesting numbers, which is the gas intensity. If you notice that number, it was 300 standard cubic meter cube per megawatt, and how this number has been dropped to almost reaching below 200, and inshallah will drop further. I will not talk about generation. I will touch base into the demand. How we can be quite competitive in the demand to allow for economic diversifications, as mentioned by Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri, and we allow more liquid market where we can have more competition. So to give you some background, I started with the outlooks of how the world is evolving into the energy transition from energy efficiency, and how the energy security become one of the key input today. And then we will zoom into Oman context as a dynamics, and then we'll take you further about some of the practices that we have seen it in industrial energy efficiency. I think the GCC is quite advancing when it comes to the energy efficiency in general. However, in the industrial domain, there are lots of opportunity need to be tackled and need to be done. So from like how's the world is moving currently, I try to divide it per continent and per segments. We are living in quite a dynamics from geopolitics, and as well from mass mobilizations, and from human influx around the world. But if we look at first around Africa, is always looking for hope, looking for access for energy and affordable energy. Currently, we are blessed to have that availability of 24/7, 365 days, but it's not everywhere where they have entertained that plus. But later on, how the affordability of that energy can be coupled with the energy efficiency. We can see, for example, what's going on between US and Canada. There are lots of debate around how these pipelines can move, not only from north to south, but even from east to west in the Canadian sector, which is one of the major oil producers. Lots of heavy debate currently. In Germany, I think we have witnessed it over the last 3 years, how the tension in the geopolitics put a pressure on the gas accessibilities from Russia and diversification on other element. China, I think Dr. Abdullah he put a very good insight about how China is moving into the energy transitions while they are maximizing their offtakes in the crude. India always also in moving to the concept of all of the above energy, where we see a great momentum. But if we look to the Middle East, there is still a resource rich from gas and from unconventional gas that has been utilized in lots of the energy sector and the power generation, as we see it here in Oman. Dr. Abdullah mentioned also very interesting insight about the economies. So zooming into the GDP of Oman, there are around almost 39 billions Omani riyals as almost in 2025. And if we look to the power almost 600 millions Omani riyals, which is quite sizable. 5% of the GDP of Oman is only consuming the power and generating by the power, largely depending on the gas. And what I mean by the gas, a gas allocation. The slide that's shared by Ustad Hamad Al-Fouri, where he mentioned almost like we started almost within 90% of the gas fired, and where it costs almost there is 100 gas turbines that make the component of the power of energy. So we are in a transition currently, and this transition need to shift what we see it here in the Oman GDPs and the breakdown from the largely depending on around 12 billion Oman riyals as a GDP to be diversified across all the sectors where the power can be independent. 20% of domestic gas in Oman goes to the power. So this is quite intense, and the journey has been started in 2006 for that transition, but there's still a long way to have that. I give you that as an input and as an insight to start realizing the complexity and the link between what we can call it the energy, the upstream, and then the derivative, and then the power in the end. So I tried to reflect back almost over the last weeks, what was the journey of energy efficiency from policy making. So in 2016, there was a very good momentum in the cost-reflective tariffs that made a great momentum into reducing the energy intensity index in Oman, which is quite a benchmark. And then in 2018, there was a policy making as well at that time with the Authority of Electricity Regulation, with the program Yasir, when we had the energy auditing program that has came into the momentum, but it was not focused on the industry. It was focused on the commercial and facilities and building. Where we see later on, the sober ESCOs has been announced recently with the Oman Energy Center. Other GCC countries where we see, for example, Ittihad ESCOs in Diwa, we see in Riyadh Tarshid, and still the other countries like other GCCs picking up. 2019, the private sector is picking up where they adopt lots of the green code of ASHR level, but it's still untouched with the industrial energy efficiency. So until 2019, the industry was kept to have a very competitive, accessible, cheap gas to allow the economy to grow. What happened recently in almost 2023, where we had the shift of aggregating all that domestic gas under one umbrella. This has been called IGC, and that's become now a gas allocation, where the trade between do we go for domestic or do we go for LNG? If we will go for gas internally and domestically, so this is the time now to be efficient. So the energy efficiency now is coming, not only wearing the hat of decarbonization, not only wearing the hat of energy security, but it's the better utilization for every single molecule of gas in the country. So it has been a journey of almost over 10 years, moderate momentums into the demand side management, untouched from the industrial energy efficiency. So if you look around the benchmark of energy intensity in Oman, this is a generic benchmark. They use it kilo BTU per every feet square of a year. The global target numbers for similar weather condition is to be around 50. But still there is a momentum where we have managed to lower it from 200 until we are reaching around almost 100. So still there is a great momentum for energy efficiency opportunities in the industrial level to have more of better of energy efficiencies activities, especially in the power sector. And then when we dive deep about what is the size of the price. So if we look to the system in Oman, there are two systems. One is gas powered, and the other it is more electricity domain. So what we have found that in the industrial level, there is almost 12% opportunity of energy efficiency saving. It is can be done today. We have just announced one of the early projects of energy performance contract in the refineries, in the Sohar refinery, which guaranteed a saving of 25% of energy saving from a baseline of non-technical facilities. In the non-industrial, we see almost around 22%, 25%. We have seen several initiatives, one of them like Ministry of Housing, all of the governmental sector. If we aggregate that totally, there is a 6 terawatt hours untouched, and this is an opportunity that to be tackled with an average energy saving of 25%. There is a huge benefits of aggregating that portfolio. So we come back to now, what does it mean as an energy security from gas saving point of view? So if you look to that, to the domestic gas, which is If you follow EDO prospect that has been published in Sukuk, perfect. So there is almost around, the profile is around 47 million million cubic meter per day. That's coming from the geological domain or the subsurface and distributed by the gas allocators for the domestic gas, which include industry, power, and all that breakdown. Out of that 47, there is an opportunity to free up around 10 million cubic meter per day. That's quite sizable in the industrial energy efficiency. That's worth to be looked, and it's fully, I would call it, untouched from industrial energy efficiency. There is a way of that mentioned in the steam generations, in the cooling improvement, in the desalinations utilization, as well in the pressure let down across all that gas network across more than 1,400 kilometers. So the energy security can be freed up sizably and quite attractively from energy efficiency domain, especially in the industrial element. So I would call it maybe one of those market assessment. So if we go back and we reflect on the journey for the last 10 years, the slide, the section on the left, which is the industrial gas demand, we see an emerging contractual mechanism that is start moving across the market, which they call it GASCO, Gas Reduction Performance Contract. This is quite similar to what we have seen it in the electricity demand, what has been started in 1985 in the Canadian sectors with the Energy Performance Contract ESCO, has been adopted 2014 in the GCC, where we have signed almost, we have witnessed more than $2 billion market potential that has been developed and exploited. Whereas, for example, in the experience of DIWA, the experience of Tarshid, which is in Riyadh, and hopefully recently where we have it in Oman as a center as a super ESCOs. So gas performance contract is a market potential across almost 144 gas consumers. There is an average gas saving that can be utilized from energy efficiencies almost within 20 to 10%. That can feed back to the 10 million cubic meter per day that has been realized. We have scanned all those projects since we see the investment banking around us. Those projects is quite sizable, with an IRR hovering around 20%, 2 digits, payback within 5 years, market size more than $1 billion, and is required like an aggregator who can drive that process, which already announced it in Oman for almost 2 years, and we see now more momentum into that domain. In the other element, we see the electricity demand, where we have seen the ESCO. The ESCOs has been flourishing in the market. It has been executed more than 10 terawatt hours in the whole GCC, and we still see Oman has a great potential of almost 6 terawatt hours untouched from energy performance contract. We see an IRR roughly around 13%, and the project that today was announced is just one example of those, the other electricity demand. So in overall, I'm trying just to give you a glimpse how is the industrial energy efficiency an opportunity in a market dynamic that try to shift from the gas to another source for energy security, that it's also reconciled very well with a global energy transitions dynamics. We see also how the gas performance contract can come as a catalyst to enhance industrial energy efficiencies. Also, what we have witnessed is the role of aggregator on a market. We have seen it, the super ESCO concept that has very well established. Some people will call it as a pool, others call it different meanings. But this is something we can brainstorm during the coming 2 days here, how that will look like. At least in Oman, from gas point of view, that has been fully aggregated today. From electricity demand point of view, it has been also aggregated in a phase 1 with the Oman as a center. We hope we can see more momentum, especially on the free zones, where it is has a great footprint. And number 3, where I would like to put more emphasis, is the capital accessibility for such projects. Today, we see lots of non-banking sectors is moving eagerly to develop that where it can trigger the FDIs and fit back to the bigger picture of Oman GDP, which is around 35 million. That's 35 billion in that concept. So this is my presentations, and thank you very much for your attendance and listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Talal. That was very insightful. Again, you know, you are talking about, some people call it negawatts. These are the watts that you're actually not using. So that's an important part of the puzzle to reduce emissions and be more efficient about our energy system. Now, the last speaker of today, it's my pleasure to introduce Mohammed Ahmed. He is Senior Director at the Electric Power Engineers company. He has a long history, both in the region as well as in Canada. He used to be with IBM, but he also worked for the Independent Electricity System Operator in Toronto. He is currently also partly an academic. He's associate professor with the Electrical Power and Machines Department of the Faculty of Engineering in Ain Shams University, but also in Canada, I believe. And he will tell us about the strategic dynamics in energy markets, the critical role of off-takers, generators, and project finance in securing bankable power agreements. Professor Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So thanks, Dr. Frank, for introducing me. And it's definitely a pleasure to be here today. It's my first time in Muscat, and to be honest, I just arrived yesterday, and since I arrived, like the generosity and the hospitality is tremendous. So thank you so much for everything, and thanks definitely for the committee also for inviting me for this such a great event. So, as Dr. Frank was saying, like it's very challenging for me to give like 15 minutes for somebody that has some background in academia. Like this is really challenge. So those 900 seconds. So hopefully will be informative for you. And I flew from Waterloo, Ontario. And Dr. Carroll in the morning mentioned something which is I really believe in. Every system, every region is very customized. What happened somewhere else may not be happening here. But having that said, I would say like there is lesson learned, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like there is lots of things that already happened in other systems, and actually I'm trying to bring some of that for my talk today. So for the agenda, I will touch base a little bit about who we are and what we do. And then I will go a little bit about the main context, which is all my fellow speakers before already set the stage very, very well, from either from a policy perspective or from the bank's perspective, or even from, as Dr. Talal mentioned, from the demand. Talk a little bit about the challenges, solutions, and the GCC context, and then the outlook for the future. So about EP, we are engineering consulting, and we are based in Austin, Texas. This is where the headquarters. We are all over the globe. Like we have offices in US, in Canada. We have also offices in the Middle East. We have an office in Bahrain, Riyadh, and Lebanon. I myself from Egypt originally. So we have a lot of projects. Our company is basically taking everything related to the projects that connected to the grid, from early stages to testing, commissioning, and also we do kind of staff augmentation for utilities as well. So these are the offices. Okay, so the main point, and I'm taking those 15 minutes from your valuable time, is basically to talk a little bit about the big picture. I think we are not here debating today whether the diversification or the path to decarbonization, it's something that we should go or we shouldn't go. I think we have an agreement that we should go. But we need just to understand that this will come with a cost. And that cost is basically mainly the challenge, which is the system reliability. And I will talk a little bit about, in the next slides, about who are the stakeholders for this whole thing of path to decarbonization and how they are actually affected by that. But nobody will be happy actually if they don't start seeing or having electricity, or we have load shedding or something like that. This is why it actually has to have a multiple effort from different parties to make sure that this is happening. Diversification is good, but diversification will come with a cost as well. So the reliability is one of important things, and the other word or key word, which is the resiliency. I heard today it's the solar coming with the storage, great, but this is only enough, given the fact that the solar is only available for 7 hours a day, and the biggest storage 6 hours, 8 hours? So is this a balance? Is this the right balance? I would like also to bring some of the lessons learned from other areas, like based on the discussion that I already, my fellow speakers have discussed. I would say actually there is a very similar from the generation fleet that Oman has now is actually with SPP, which is South Power Pool in North America. South Power Pool is used to be gas intensive, and they have wind now, which is a renewable. But once they start bringing solar now, more and more solar, they started having some issues. Like this year, earlier this year in April, they had a lot of incidents of load shedding actually. So again, like yes, they had a flexible fleet, which is the gas, but still they have challenges, and those challenges has to be considered. Definitely the generation fleet, if it's something more more heavy, like for Ontario where I live, actually, they have nuclear, this is the base load, definitely the challenges are even more over there. So I will not spend much on this slide because like everybody is way better than me in explaining how actually things are changing. But I took actually from a couple of the fellow colleagues that, okay, in Oman now it's around 8% for renewable. And I would say as long as it's 10% of the fleet, it's okay. But once it started more than 10%, I think the control room operators, system planners, they will start to have issues, have problems, which has to be considered in that whole vision of decarbonization. One thing that we have it in North America, for example, they are now more moving toward what they call it integrated resource planning. So usually planners, I used to do planning myself for some time. Planning, you can do one scenario, two scenarios, but with renewables, with that much of injection of renewables and other technologies, it's very, very important to actually consider multiple scenarios. That slide also shows the potential of renewables in the GCC and versus North America, and all those figures, it was mainly meant to show the motive, which is I think we are already in agreement with that. So I'll spend some time on this slide, which is basically who are the stakeholders for those challenges. And I would like to start with investors. And definitely the idea for the investors is to have a sustainable policy system, because investors, the most problem for investors is uncertainty. And one other thing also for investors is what we call a TRLs, which is technology readiness level, when they talk to banks. Like if you convince now investor to spend money in solar, there is no problem whatsoever. It is different than 25 years ago. I saw in one of the slides, I think Dr. Abdullah, who showed the levelized cost of energy for solar now is almost even less than gas, which is there is no problem whatsoever to invest in solar. But when you have this discussion with banks for electrolyzers or green hydrogen, SMRs, small medium reactors, there will be a lot of challenges because they are not at the level of the TRLs that actually will let the bank can invest in that. Which is actually, here's the policymakers needs to come into actually building prototypes, invest in that technology, make sure that its proof of concept is there, the cost-benefit analysis is there, so the banks can help the investors to start actually building development in those projects. But also from the other side, the operators as well. So the operators, there will be a lot of challenges with decarbonization, as like we mentioned, one of them is the system, basically flexibility. With a lot of uncertainties that comes with solar or renewable in general, there will be actually a lot of challenges. And maybe not only the battery storage can help. And I would also give an example that one of the things that the price signals, like storage, okay, it's good to do energy arbitrage. You will take the solar from the noon time, take it to the night time. Okay, good. But if you have a lot of storage, actually bring it to the system and they do the same, actually you almost have a flat load. With a flat load, there will be no much of price signals to rely on arbitrage. But storage mainly are there for ancillary service, which is, I heard also my fellow colleague do that. But if there is no enough, if there is not much enough liquidated money in that, we will be in the situation of missing money, missing market problem, and those investors will not be interested to invest in those flexibility that give the operators that the option to be able to make the system operable. Banks and lenders, we touch base on that. Banks and lenders will not give money unless the technology is proven. And this is something that the policymakers will take this on their shoulders a little bit to be able to prove and create prototypes, create actually projects that are actually well proven, that they are financially viable, to be able to help the banks and lenders to invest in or to put money on those types of projects. And we talked already in my fellow colleagues about how the policy makers need to change and need to actually to put policies in place to make sure that these investments encouraged in that direction, as well as the system regulators, especially from a tariffs perspective as well. So when it comes to solutions, and again, from the lesson learned from the US market avenues, one of the very important things, which is, I think, Dr. Carter also mentioned in the morning, is the stability. Like if we take an example of early or late 2022, when the actually IRA or the Inflation Reduction Act came into place, which is identified or give investors the BTC and ITC, which is investment tax credit or production tax credits to help to make their projects financially viable. We saw in the industry, because this is the work that we do, we saw almost 10% more of the investors that would like to invest in US. But with the recent things from the new administration, with the OBBA, which is the One Big Beautiful Bill, definitely we saw getting back from that, because they put restrictions. If projects didn't came by 2027, there would be no investment tax credits. And the problem, definitely, everybody knows that there is lots of problems with lead times for equipment, which may not make it even viable to have the project by 2027. In the risk of time, there is a lot of model, actually, or financial models that can be introduced to help actually investors. And there is, in the US, there is lots of what we call it tax equity structures. And those, actually, a couple of them, I will leave the presentation to for those that are interested. But those actually two ones. One of them is called flip model, where actually the tax equity investor come into the projects and they take the money in advance, and then they transfer that cash flow step by step to actually the project investors. And with the other model, which is the sale leaseback model, this is actually a different model where actually almost the investors sell the project or lease the project to the tax equity firm, and then they are still owning the project so they can get the benefit of the tax credits as well. So it's the other thing I wanted to touch base is the power purchase agreement, and this is something that the normal evolution of the market, and I'm very proud that I'm here in Oman because you are really by far is more advanced than other areas in the other countries in the GCC, and especially from market construct. And actually, one of the things that is very important to any investor is the hedging mechanism. So how they can hedge the risk in their project. So also there is a lot of hedging mechanisms that can be introduced for investors. For example, if there is any problem for curtailment, because think about it, if there is lots of solars, and the solar, they have the same profile. Like at noontime, for example, there will be a lot of solar. So if there is in the contract, in the IPP of what they can inject only, there will be a lot, maybe there will be a lot of curtailment at that time, which can actually put them at risk So what will be the hedging mechanisms for them to make sure that their investment is viable? So I will wrap up with this slide, which is, it's very important for investments in general to come up with a risk mitigation matrix for the investors from the beginning. So how actually you can, the investors has some assurance that, okay, when they do the investment, yes, they have a good rate as their IPPs, but it's very important also to introduce to them or to have them aware from any other types of hedging risk mechanisms for their investment, because that's actually what will encourage them to bring more and more investments into the system. And maybe I will just wrap up with this slide. This slide actually is telling that for the new technologies, I'm not talking here about solar mainly, but any other technologies, either from batteries perspective, in that context for the GCC, or others like SMRs or green hydrogen even, it's very important to come up with viable projects for this region. Because again, what can be viable in other regions may not be viable here, and banks need those use cases, those business cases, to be able to be in a situation to fund the investors the money to be able to actually build those projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we have, please have a seat. I would like to invite all the panelists of this morning to join me on the stage for a 15-minute Q&A, where we can also invite the audience to participate and ask questions that you always wanted to ask. So please join me on the stage. Maybe just in. Maybe we can sit in the order of the presentation. So Peter, you are going to be third. Yes, please. Then Mariam on the first one. Then Hamid, second seat. Hamid. Peter, you're three. Please, gents, have a seat. Have a seat. Let's have this conversation. So we went through basically everything that matters in the power sector in Oman now and in the future, and it is now your opportunity to ask questions. So please join us. I mean, of course, I have some questions in my pocket, but it's better if you help us get going. Does anybody have a question on policy, on finance, on market design, on energy services? You guys are all shy. Either you're shy or you're hungry or you want to go and pray. But anyway, let me start. Ladies first. Mariam, you mentioned an interesting topic that there is regulation that allows people to build batteries as part of a solar system. Can you be a little bit more specific about how that actually works? Because I think there was some approval process, but how does it actually work?
The people who are allowed to build batteries are the auto generator and the direct sale generator, and it is considered as a sub-activity under the generation activities. And in general, the energy storage is at the early stages of in Oman.
But so, is it? Sorry, please go ahead.
So there is no clear or ready regulation yet for batteries, but as per my understanding, the Authority for Public Service Regulation are working on those regulations, which should be completed by end of this year, hopefully.
Okay, so it's in the works. Is the thinking that it is always coupled to, let's say, real generation, let's say solar, or can you also have batteries only, and then you get it from the grid, and then you give it back or use it?
Yeah, it can be co-located next to the generation, and it will be also in different site to support the stability of the network.
Okay, so you also have, like, let's say, storages as independent assets to support the grid in the future.
Exactly. Yes.
Very, very interesting. Let's continue with Hamid. What are some of the challenges which could result from, the ambitious renewable energy development, and how can we mitigate those risks?
So I think there are some risks related to, as we go into further penetration of renewables into the grid, we need to ensure, security of supply. And I think already discussed earlier that, for example, batteries will be a key element into our energy systems framework in order to ensure that kind of securities and reliabilities of our renewable projects in collaboration with existing assets. So having that aspect very well thought is very important. And as we move towards more developments of solars and winds and other renewable energy projects, we need to think about this from an investor perspective. What are kind of the risks associated with bankability and projects, having sufficient investment opportunities here in Oman, because we want to ensure competition. At the same time, we need to examine the trends that are happening within the region in terms of gigawatt scale projects and how we can accelerate towards ensuring sufficiency of investment opportunities which can be brought to Oman. So there are a lot of variables which impact the development of our renewable energy transition journey, and we need to examine those in a case-by-case basis.
And we've heard, you also mentioned batteries. Storage is, of course, an important flexibility enabler.
Yes.
What about demand response? We heard about, the energy service.
And so those projects are not being done in isolation of our stakeholders, but in direct collaboration to them.
So you're taking all of that into account.
Consideration, yes.
Thank you, Peter. You mentioned, the GCC level integration of power markets as one of the elements. Now, obviously, most of the GCC countries have a single buyer model, and they're rather controlled. Also, there's various different ways how the electricity system operators and the countries, organize their financial support for the power sector. So all of that needs to be taken into account, needs to be considered when you're thinking about a regional market. So what is a pathway to get there? How do you start?
Thanks for the help. Where do you start? You start by thinking, and then you proceed by talking with your neighbors. And of course, communication can be difficult. We saw this in Europe, 28 countries in the European Union now, and another 10 beyond Europe. The communication to form a single market for either electricity or gas, it wasn't easy. Still remains difficult. So I would say use the structures you have in place already. GCC is clearly a good framework. Think about what you want. That's why in the penultimate slide I presented, I talked about formulating some potential aims. For instance, the degree of competition you want or you're prepared to accept, the amount of transparency, and how you want to link systems and the markets across the borders. And then with a initially limited aspiration, talk openly to your neighbors about whether these goals could be harmonized. If they could, maybe a timetable, then a roadmap for the necessary reforms, necessary restructuring, and the market mechanisms that you would need in order to achieve it. I'm not saying it's easy, but I really, really think that if Oman and neighboring GCC countries don't manage to establish a common energy market, electricity and gas principally, then you will all be missing out on potential advantages. It will become more costly, and the transition to renewable sources will be more difficult and more complex. So I say this politely as an outsider because I have to be tentative, but I think we can learn lessons from other geographies.
Yeah, no, thank you for that perspective. And I think everybody's looking at Oman because, you know, most advanced, development is actually here in the GCC. So that is where we start. Now, Hisham, in the past, we've seen that money was never really the problem in the power sector. In the hydrogen sector, which is, you know, the massive new growth economy in Oman, it seems slightly more complex. What's your view? How do you see that develop for hydrogen in the country?
Yes, frankly speaking, the hydrogen chapter is quite new to the country in Oman. For the past, I can say 12 to 18 months, we were learning about it more. But when we talk about financing hydrogen projects and green project, we can successfully say that there was a big project like worth $1.5 billion as a green manufacturing project, such an industry in Oman, been financed by local banks itself only in Oman.
That was the ACME?
No, actually it's a steel project in
yes.
Oman, yeah. That was raised actually last year with the local banks. Total project cost was around $1.5 billion. The local banks, they put bids up to $1.2 billion actually. So that was oversubscribed actually from local banks only. We believe in that, we believe in the story, and it's coming actually. It's a matter of time. On the financing, is it like we do it simply, if we see it like mitigating the risk, simply then it should be financed. So we believe in if it's like a good credit, we should do it. It's happening, it's the happening thing coming in the future. And we should be all as FIs part of that.
And I mean, when you're talking about risk, because I remember somebody once described risk to me as a piece of abstract art. Everybody who looks at it sees something else. What are the main risks? Is it because we heard Mohammed say technology risk, but maybe there's offtake risk that is very often talked about. It's a new market. So what is the major risk that you see going forward?
Yeah, simply the few risks can be explored and can be mitigated as well at the same time. It's how that will be executed, okay? Because if we see like a hydrogen project in Oman, it's required simply a couple of things. The main product supply, like for example, gas supply, if it's there, or whatever power that's required to run the plant. Okay, if that's there, then I will end up with a performance risk. If that project can be executed, who is performing it? One of the big players, then that risk has been ticked, be mitigated. Rest is like the appetite, and if I cannot speak on behalf of other FIs, financial institutions, but risk sometimes it's a good thing to have, definitely, but sometimes maybe some financial institutions can use it as an excuse to not invest in a project. Yeah.
Thank you. I like that perspective. Now, Dr. Abdullah, You know, as I mentioned, Port of Soar is co-owned by the Port of Rotterdam, and a lot of the stuff that you're doing in the economic zone is related to hydrogen and derivatives and all of that. How do you cooperate with Rotterdam? Because, you know, they have this massive hydrogen strategy. They do production, conversion, transmission, distribution, all of the hydrogen stuff that you can actually even CO2 capture, injection in a depleted gas field. What is your angle there? How do you cooperate?
Thanks, Frank. So indeed, collaboration and cooperation is a fundamental aspect of what we're doing at Sohar. We've got internal collaboration, obviously, within the port to achieve net zero, and I'll start with that. So we've got what we call SINZA, Sohar Net Zero Alliance, and that is made up of the keenest tenants operating within the port and the free zone, so sharing the best practices, sharing the expertise, trying to aggregate demand and de-risk some of the investments. So that's part of the...
Sorry to interrupt you, but is it the port only, or do you also, let's say, ask your tenants to be net zero?
Sorry?
No, does the net zero ambition apply to your own activities or also to what everybody else is doing? Is it like the whole thing, or?
Yeah, so indeed, it's in alignment with the national vision to achieve net zero by 2050. We thought that you know, the business model of more or less working in silos is not an option anymore. So that's why we thought to establish that alliance, just to open that platform and dialogue and best practices exchange and the implications on the investments and the projects. So one really interesting aspect on that is how do we repurpose some of the infrastructure that we have at the port and the free zone. Some of the pipelines, for example, overhead lines, some of the infrastructure and storage facilities that we have. The other question is, how do we you know, recover some of the heat or the waste heat that is taking place at the industrial processes so that we can do something useful with that heat. So that requires, you know, some synergies within the port. And with that synergy, we also have international partnerships like with AFID, the Alliance for Industry Decarbonization, which is part of IRENA, made up of more than 80 stakeholders. And with that, we also deal, indeed, as you said, with the Port of Rotterdam, our shareholder. So to synergize, for example, aspects on decarbonization, broader aspects of decarbonization, but also focusing on the clean molecules, and that's hydrogen. So looking at the, you know, Sohar is a demand center in Oman, as I said in my presentation. We are producing a lot of volumes of hydrogen and storing them and exporting them, and so is Rotterdam. So we are two export and two kind of competence hubs for hydrogen. So synergization is taking place all the time, looking what kind of modalities that we could be looking up for a start to establish potential corridors between Sohar/Oman and Rotterdam/Netherlands and /Europe. So looking, is it ammonia, is it methanol, is it liquid organic hydrogen carriers, is it something else? So beyond also Rotterdam, we are working as we speak with the Swiss. So the Switzerland is so much interested in also establishing corridors for clean hydrogen, and they're working really closely with us on a three-phase approach. The first one is to go for a really small-scale pilot, but get the value chain kick-started. You know, the whole thing from Sohar all the way to Switzerland through Rotterdam. And then moving on and scaling up the learnings and the project all the way to giga-scale projects in time. So that's also taking shape with the Swiss and in alignment with Rotterdam. So to your question, indeed, there is a lot of things we're exchanging, all the way from the production costs, production modalities, to transportation, to conversion and utilization in Rotterdam and beyond, but also synergizing strategies. Rotterdam is a big importer of energy, has always been. And you know, how can that be kind of synergized back all the way to Sohar/Oman? So that's what's taking place.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Dr. Aulaki, You mentioned the gas, what is it, the GSCO. What is the exact status of that? Because it wasn't entirely clear to me. Is that already operational, or are you in the planning phase?
Yes. Almost 2 years ago, when the gas aggregator established, they have conducted an assessment in terms of gas allocations, and they created one of the first domestic spot gas price. Gas used to be a long-term contract inside Oman, also to my knowledge, in the GCCs. That domestic spot gas price end up to have a favorable higher price than the long-term one, which bring the concept of freeing up gas for better monetizations. And then, if we free up the gas from a spot dynamics, we can test the technical limit where we can free up the gas intensity. So that is where the gas performance contract came into the discussions. It is currently, as we are speaking, on the planning with our sister companies, IGCs, and we start targeting the 144 consumers in that dynamic. We see a great momentum in the market, especially into the steam utilization, into the steam generation that can come from the power generations, into the organic ranking cycles element where we can feed back to the power sector. So this is where, in a nutshell, we hope that by Q1 2026, we execute the first contract in that domain where the system can flourish more.
Thank you so much for that. And we're under a little bit of time pressure, but Professor Mohammed, even though you're an academic, you said you need to always take your time. I give you 1 minute. We talked about power markets and the bankability in relation to off-takers. What's your view on hydrogen markets? Because that's where everybody says off-take, off-take, off-take. It blocks bankability.
Thanks, Frank. Very good question. So I will a little bit re-echo what Dr. Abdullah said, because when we comes to green hydrogen, it's very important what is the off-taker in this case. Like, I would say it is financially viable when it comes to off-taker for industrial plants, whether it's ammonia or fertilization. But I think there is a lot of challenges still on the concept of hydrogen to grid, like, because the fuel cells efficiency, still there is a lot of way to go. And actually, we are working a lot with the chemical engineers to be able to improve technology. I think we have still a gap in the technology on that branch, because the whole idea about the green hydrogen is to make the renewable energy dispatchable. It's actually, whenever we have a lot of renewable, we can actually take them, generate hydrogen, and we use them. So part of the off-taker agreement that we see, actually, what also define green hydrogen, because the problem is, if the green hydrogen coming from solar, usually those industrial plants, to define the green and actually to take even the tax benefits of the green, sometimes there is actually low cycles of renewables and they need to take energy from the grid. So how they can actually oversize their projects to inject that energy back to the grid so they can qualify for what we call it green.
So thank you. So basically your answer is, you have to look at the markets, what kind of markets are there already, what have to be developed, etc., and focus in and take it from there.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I would like to, ask you to join me in a hand of appreciation for this fantastic panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all our speakers. And now we're handing over the certificates and the trophy For, can we gather for a group photo? Thank you, everyone. This will be the end of session 1, and please be back here at the hall after 15 minutes to continue session 2. Can we have another group photo, please? One more. Roni, Operation Director from GCC International Authority, please come to the stage.
السلام عليكم. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to session number 2 for today, day 1, session 2, titled Power System and Grid Solution. My name is Hashim Zahrani. I am honored to chair the session. Today, we will explore innovative approaches and key challenges in ensuring resilient, sustainable, and efficient power systems, focusing on gradient resiliency, renewable energy integration, and grid modernization. The session will feature 6 speakers, followed by a panel discussion, and I encourage everyone to participate in the panel discussion. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Engineer Frederick from Silivir. Frederick is a technical assistant engineer with over 13 years of experience in hardware and insulator testing, particularly in the testing and simulation of insulator units for overhead transmission lines. He is an active member of SIGRI B2 committee. Frederick holds an engineering diploma and a master's degree from École Centrale in France, with a title, Enhancing Grid Resiliency with a Robust Insulation in Severe Environmental Condition. Frederick, the floor is yours.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to make you this presentation. This presentation will deal about insulation systems to enhance the resiliency of power grids in severe environmental conditions. And it will focus on overhead transmission lines. Thank you. So a few words about the context. How do we characterize the resiliency of insulators used on overhead transmission line? First, it is the capacity to ensure electrical insulation, whatever the circumstances, like meteorological condition and polluted environment. And this presentation will focus on polluted environment. Second, the insulator shall show in service the most reduced or limited aging over time. And third, the insulator shall show the lowest risk of failure. Failure due to electrical flashover, due to pollution, or even failure, complete line drop to a failure of the insulator. And this shall be true for both AC lines and HVDC lines. For DC lines, pollution is much more harmful and severe than on AC line, and pollution becomes the most predominant phenomenon to consider. So to mitigate the effect of pollution, a good solution is to use HTM materials. HTM meaning hydrophobic transfer material. It is now well known that HTM surfaces are favored to reduce the risk of flashover induced by pollution. However, silicone is an ideal material, but aging can degrade the integrity of the insulator surface. Polymer housing of polymer insulators are known today to be at risk of erosion resulting from pollution-related corona and dry bond activity, leading to possible severe failure and line drops. Adding a silicone coating on the surface of a glass insulator was defined as the optimum approach to combine the pollution performance of polymer insulator and the resiliency and reliability of toughened glass insulators. RTV coating on glass and porcelain insulators is no longer considered as a marginal approach, but is clearly part of the design of new transmission lines, especially in this region of the world. The major push came from the decision taken more than 20 years ago to have a product coated in a factory with an industrial process in controlled condition rather than in the field where the difficulty of uncontrolled outdoor condition can compromise the long-term performance of the product. As an illustration of this growing demand, the graph shows the actual trend seen by Cediver in the development of silicone-coated glass insulators. These numbers are based on our experience, and they show a growth of 30 times over a period of approximately 20 years. The big interest for this kind of product is the ability to give to glass insulators the pollution performance of polymer insulator without the risk inherent to polymer. The main advantages of factory-coated insulators are consistency of quality, lower risk of quality issues, either in thickness, coverage, and adherence on the glass surface. The product is no longer defined as a coating, but as a factory coating resulting from the association of an insulator itself, a silicone coating material, and an application process, and the whole being under the responsibility of the insulator manufacturer. Here are some examples of quality defect observed on lines and on insulators that were not coated in a factory, where you may have some inconsistent thickness and lack of adherence. To evaluate the performance of this factory-coated insulator, it's important to talk about testing and standardization. The need for clear and well-defined material and testing specification led to the work being done by the IEEE 36 Technical Committee. The outcome of this work is the upcoming IEEE 63432 standard for RTV-coated insulators, which publication is expected by next year. And the work of this IEEE committee is based on the previous work of the SIGRE, who published two very interesting documents, the technical brochure 837 and 838. It is today understood that the aging process of silicone material comes with several changes in the properties of the material. Loss of hydrophobicity will progressively let the leakage currents increase and subsequently start an erosion process. This has led to numerous attempts to define an erosion test. The various options available for evaluating the aging of silicone coatings on glass or porcelain insulators were the following. First, the 1000 salt fog test described in the IEEE 62217. This test depends largely on the USCD, what we call the Unified Specific Creep Resistance that is being used, and on the insulator profile. The second test is the 5,000-hour multiple stress test described in the IEEE 62730. But both tests are designed for polymer insulators, which have a sheet of minimum 3 mm in thickness required to protect the core. But these tests are not designed to discriminate the performance of coatings, which are applied in thin layers, typically less than 0.5 mm. But the 2,000-hour multi-stress test is today and by far the most frequently used and will most likely be included in the upcoming IEEE standard. It is not a reduction of the 5,000-hour test, but follows a different protocol as shown here. The test combines periods of exposure to salt fog, clean fog, artificial rain, solar radiation, periods of drying, and periods of energization. The acceptance criteria of the test are the following: not more than 3 flashovers, no tracking, and the erosion shall not reach the dielectric surface of the insulator. This picture shows different test result as a function of the chemistry and the application process of the coating, noted A to D. As you can see, this test has proven to be effective in discriminating coatings prone to erosion, like C and D, compared to good survivors like A or even B, under the given stress condition. As I said previously, HVDC is a special case. So we at Cediver has adapted this 2,000-hour multi-stress to DC condition. Basically, the test arrangement is the same, but energization is made through a DC voltage source. Pictures on the right show comparatively results of tests performed in both AC condition on the top and in DC condition at the bottom, on the same insulators, but with two different coatings. Coating 1 on the right, and Cediver coating named Sedco on the left. As you can see in AC condition, the two coatings do not show any erosion and pass the test. However, when you make the same test in DC condition, coating 1 shows significant erosion and does not pass the test, whereas Sedco coating is in good condition. So this demonstrates that the 2,000-hour multi-stress test is also effective in discriminating coatings when used in DC conditions. And coating quality required for DC application shall be much higher than the one required for AC application. An important parameter to consider is the estimation of the end of life of these coatings. In service, silicon insulators may suffer from significant degradation over time when they are exposed to severe environmental conditions. Corona effect, and in particular the water drop-induced corona effect, is the most harmful phenomenon for composite insulator, which can result in a complete line drop when the degradation reaches the fiber core of the insulator, as you can see on the bottom left. For silicon-coated insulator, the electrical activity can cause cracking and erosion of the coating, creating hot spots locally on the surface. And when this erosion reaches the glass surface, the heat induced can lead to what we call the shattering of the glass disc. However, the remaining insulator that we call a stub is safe and keeps sufficient mechanical strength to avoid the line drop. So an interesting test to reproduce this phenomena on coated insulator is the tracking and erosion wheel test defined in the IEEE 62730. This test has been used for polymer insulator with the aim of defining the ability of housing material to sustain strong regular dry bond arcing, but it can be used as well for coated glass or porcelain insulator. Here are some examples of tests performed for investigation purpose on either porcelain or glass insulators with the same features and with two different coating chemistries noted A and B. You can see that on the left, coating A exhibits loss of adherence after the test, whereas coating B does not show any damage. The development of dry bond arcing over time intensifies as the hydrophobicity is being lost or reduced. The behavior on the top surface of the insulator is strongly influenced by the assembly of the cap on the dielectric surface. A gap between the base of the cap and the upper surface of porcelain insulator will promote discharge activity, leading progressively to severe erosion and whatever the type of silicon. This phenomenon is less prone to occur when the cap is sealed on the glass disc as per Cediver design. The bottom sides of the insulator are typically more impacted given the concentration of electrical activity around the pin. This is where the nature of the silicon itself can make a difference, where you can see here example of two coatings A and B applied on the same insulators, Coating A, after 28,000 cycles, there is a complete destruction of the insulator. Whereas after 65,000 cycles, when we stopped the test, coating B was still sound and safe. It seemed also that while all samples were coated with similar care of adhesion, porcelain is more inclined to lose adherence than glass. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. The same difference in the behavior of the coating is also observed on the porcelain insulators. Type A, puncture of the porcelain after 8 to 14,000 cycles, whereas after 30,000 cycles, coating type B is still in good condition. So it seems also that while all samples were coated with similar care and of adhesion, porcelain is more inclined to lose adherence than glass. And this is most probably due to the shape and the design of the insulator wreath underneath. So even if this test is not used at this point in any standard for silicone coating insulators, the outcome should be considered with interest. The test is relatively rapid and not too complex to put in place, and it appears to provide the following elements. Ability to survive strong electric activity can be discriminated. Ranking of coatings performance can be established, and adherence recovery can be demonstrated in this test. To conclude, I would like to remind the following key points to keep in mind. Silicone coating is a fast-developing technology. IEEE is developing a standard for RTV coated insulator, which will be the key for the future. All coatings are not equal in performance and aging. 2,000-hour multi-stress is a good test for aging evaluation. End of life can be approached with a tracking wheel test showing good correlation with end of life in the field. All coatings do not provide the same longevity. Unlike polymer, but also porcelain insulators, end of life of coated glass insulator remains safe with stubs which not only are a good visual indicator, but remain safe in service. Coatings which work in AC do not all age equally in DC. The 2,000-hour DC test provides further discrimination among candidates. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Frederick, for your excellent and fruitful presentation. That was an excellent details of insulators and comparison between porcelain and glass insulators. Now our second speaker will be Engineer Abdullah Al-Habsi. Engineer Abdullah is the System Studies Section Head of Oman of OETC. Since 2015, he has specialized in power system studies, including network reinforcement and renewable integration. Abdullah holds a bachelor degree and a master degree in renewable energy from Sultan Qaboos University, and he will be presenting transmission upgrade to support Oman energy transition. Abdullah, all the best. The floor is yours. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon. Today I will talk about the transmission upgrade to support Oman energy transition. The main investment in transmission toward increase of renewable energy in the system. Sorry. Yeah, no work. As you know, worldwide that the climate change in the worldwide have more intention in world. And there is a need, many of utilities that need to integrate a lot of renewable energy in transmission system and power utility. So integrating of a lot of renewable energy, wind, solar, and other renewable energy will introduce another challenges in terms of power stability system. Having a lot of renewable energy integration to the transmission system will introduce challenges in terms of voltage support, in terms of frequency support, in terms of short circuit level at transmission system, and also a reduction in inertia. All of that will have impact in transmission system, in voltage stability and frequency stability, where reducing the inertia in the system by replacing the existing conventional machine via renewable energy will decrease the inertia and increase the rate of change of frequency at the system. A lot of initiatives need to be taken in consideration for the future to integrate a high share of renewable energy. As Oman have a target to reach 30% of renewable energy in 2030 and 40% of 2040, and having a mix of generation from wind, solar, and other renewable energy, a lot of challenges becomes very essential to be taken in consideration for planning and system integration and expansion next years. As you know, that we have three classification of integration of renewable energy, where we have, if the renewable energy share is almost from 0 to 20% or 25%, the existing grids can withstand with a small change in and modification in the system. If we have increased that renewable energy share up to 50%, there is a high change in terms of voltage support, in terms of frequency support to the system. Having more 50% in the system will have a big impact in system stability, where a lot of changes should be made in terms of short circuit ratio and reserve for the system and the stability margin of the system. So now I will go through the main challenges that will happen if we have high penetration of renewable energy. Oman has interconnected with GCCIA through network 220 kV system from UAE, and NER will be upgraded above to 400 kV. This integration, due to all the Gulf targeting to have renewable energy in their system, a high impedance of interconnection between Oman and other GCCIA will introduce an oscillation, an intermediate oscillation that need to be captured and need to have a proper solution in order to dam that oscillation. Another one is related to a need of smart or fact devices, where that need to be implemented in the system to support the system in voltage stability. Another one, we have an energy mix impact. Having a lot of renewable energy will decrease the system inertia and also have a voltage response according to the short circuit ratio from different perspective. Having also a large scale of renewable energy will introduce an issue related to the nadir frequency and rate of change of frequency. So a major integration of renewable energy may a challenge in terms of system planning and control also. One main element also to measure the system strength, it is the short circuit ratio. And that ratio, if the short circuit ratio at the connection point of renewable energy more than 3, it means that the voltage and frequency does not change easily. So that will give you an indication that we can integrate renewable energy into that connection point. However, having less than 3% or 3 short circuit ratio, it means that the grid is weak and cannot be integrated a lot of renewable energy at that connection point. So we need to have to strengthen the system, either to have a generation of conventional to increase the short circuit. Another issue related to the transmission system, we can eliminate all these risks by having a lot of integration and a lot of investment in transmission system. But this is not a case. We need to have an optimal cost for transmission as well as the operation as well as the constraint in the system. So we need to invest in an optimal way. Oman start to enable that integration for renewable energy, having different project where we have the first phase of interconnection between north and south, and the second phase with from north to south, which is almost the first phase 400 or 500 kilometers, the second phase 600 kilometers. Oman have a more potential for solar, which is mainly can be integrated to RAPT 1 and RAPT 2 project. Another initiative from transmission point of view, OETC try to integrate the rural area, which has mainly depended in the diesel generator, and different connection has been made and will be made in the coming year. We have Msira will be connected via submarine cable from Mahout. We have Shahba Saib, Modi, Mazyun in Salala, we have Sih al Khairat, we have Srab, we have Uwafiya and other grid stations that will be replaced the diesel generator and support Oman for the next for the net zero target. Another initiative from the transmission point of view, we have integration a lot of renewable energy project since 2019. First wind farm, which is 50 megawatt. In 2021, we have every 560 megawatt integrated in every area. In 2024, we have 1,000 megawatt already in service and contribution to the system energy. In 2027, we have a mix of wind and solars power plant. Almost we have near 2,000 megawatt. In 2028, we have 2.2 gigawatt will be integrated to the system, mixed of wind and solar. And in 2029, we have almost 1 gigawatt from wind power plant, Duqom 3, Shlim, Al Ghazar. So the RAPT 1 and RAPT 2 will integrate all this renewable energy. Mainly the renewable energy come in that area. To accommodate that much of renewable energy, we need to have some flexible unit. And one of that solution is to maintain the battery storage at transmission system, where we have for the coming years almost 1 gigawatt integrated to the system in different grid connection. This is the primarily assessment that indicate the location and the size of needed of battery storage. In conclusion, there is a need to integrate a lot of renewable energy. However, we need to maintain the system stability. And in order to maintain the system stability, we need to have interconnection with existing and future international interconnection with the GCCIA, with Iran, with Yemen, and India. We need to make sure that all the renewable energy should maintain the voltage regulation and operate as a voltage control at a voltage control mode. We need also to ensure that to have some operational measures that to introduce under frequency load shedding, under voltage load shedding to maintain the system stability, and having also tuning the existing power system stabilizer in order to maintain the system security. And we need to get benefit from wide area monitoring system, so we need to address all the phenomena and events that happens due to the having a high rate of having a lot of renewable energy in the background. That's all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Abdullah, for your excellent presentation and sharing your expertise and insights in this important subject for the future of grid of Oman. So without further ado, we'll go to next speaker, Engineer Abhishek Kar. Mr. Kar is the Head of Strategy and Sustainability at Siemens Middle East. With over a decade of experience, he has led initiative on smart grid, microgrids, renewable energy, and decarbonization strategies across Middle East. He holds MBA in Finance and Operation and Bachelor degree in Electrical Engineering. Mr. Kar, the floor is yours. Good luck.
Thank you so much for this introduction. An interesting topic, but let me start with scoping the magnitude of problem that we are talking about. Renewable energy. An estimation by IEEE says that approximately 3,000 gigawatt of energy is waiting to be connected in the grid, irrespective of being ready to be connected. Now, just for an approximation, how much is this 3,000 gigawatt? This is approximately 5 times of the total solar and wind which was actually generated in 2022. Now think about the problem and what is the term which was given to this entire problem? We call it gridlock. So we have the renewable energy ready for us, but are we ready to connect it to the grid? And that is the magnitude of challenge we are talking about. So thank you, Mr. Abdullah, for explaining the complexities and the requirements of a renewable integration. And you rightly touched upon the part, mostly on the transmission side, that makes my job a little easy. I will be talking maybe on the distribution side a little bit. Let's start with it. Where did the journey start of renewables? We started with talking about net zero. So it's about getting rid of the renewables, getting rid of the non-renewables, and on the other end, also electrifying our operations, anything that we do, our vehicles, our industries, our buildings. And this entire thing was happening on a platform which is our grid. Now this infrastructure, let me remind you, was built a decade back. It was not ready for such a massive and such a fast change. So we are talking about a grid which was not ready for it, but it has now been asked to take care of our net zero initiatives. So an estimation says that almost half of the entire grid has to be either replaced or retrofitted, and a grid length has to be doubled over a period of time to achieve this net zero scenario. So this is the challenge that we are talking about, and this is where the role of renewables, which is supposed to be approximately 90% of our supply in future, is going to come into. The leadership in Oman also has very ambitious vision. We just saw in our last slide how the peak power is going to escalate with this ambition of increasing our renewable share here. And almost most of the projects are already in place which are working towards it. That brings me back to the same question, are our grids ready? So let me start with understanding what we can actually do and how we scope and how we design a solution to this problem. First thing first, what was the grid that was designed for? It was a static grid, a grid which connected the supply side to the load side. The grid was supposed to stay there and just be a connection between the two ends. But look at us now. We are talking first a stochastic supply side, a supply which is varying during the day, during the night, during seasons. And Like Mr. Abdullah said, there is oscillation, there is frequency issues, the voltage fluctuations. Everything has to be considered while redesigning this grid. That is one part of the problem. The second part, we had a passive customer base, a customer who was just using it for their own usage. But now look at us. We have a consumer base where we are adding rooftop solars. So the power is not just getting taken out, it is also getting added to the grid. We are having flexible electric vehicles getting charged from the same consumer end. So all this turbulence is requiring a grid which we call an adaptive grid. The grid has to transition based on the challenges. And of course, the challenges were already mentioned, but I just listed them that there are so many challenges, but let us look at it from three perspectives. We call it the trilemma of utility operators. First is definitely going renewable. First is definitely achieving the climate impact. Second is the cost. We need to have the electricity in an affordable and a usable format. And the third leg of this trilemma is definitely the stability. Now, balancing all these three things, the utilities are in a very tragic and a very important, decisive turning point. And the biggest challenge is we are trying to fix a roof while the sun is shining. So the grid is already operational and we have to retrofit it or upgrade it so that we can mitigate all these challenges. Now, the question is, how do we do this? Is there a solution to it? Well, the solution is there, but it's not that simple. We are talking about a grid which is a very balanced, interconnected system, right from the transmission to the substations, to the consumer end, to the distribution, everything is interlinked. If you look at this complicated picture, it shows how many different technologies goes into managing a grid. You can see in the transmission end, there are FACTs, HVDCs which are being implemented. You can walk through the entire system and end towards the consumer end, where we are talking about advanced distribution management systems. And to add to it, the advent of AI, both as a help as well as maybe a challenge to the grid. So how do we start with this thing? The solution is not a single solution that fits everyone. You have to start with thinking how first we modernize. Second, we have to talk about our readiness for digitalization, for incorporating those technologies which can help us achieve this renewable integration. And then we have to think from a very integrated perspective. We have to think about all the moving parts in the grid which can come together and help us achieve these changes. So that's a thought which goes about how do we manage this complexity of grids, being ready for the future. Now, the transmission part was well explained by Mr. Abdullah, but let me show you what we feel about the conventional grid. In spite of this upgradation of grid infrastructure, we still feel that there will be a huge gap, which will be a gap for the hosting capacity. And the question is, how do we mitigate or how do we address this challenge? So the issues are already visible. Most of us who are working with the utilities, we understand the biggest thing that is keeping you awake at nights is the inertia problems, the problem of inverter dominance, the problem of grid interconnection, also the problem of proximity. So now the supply source is not sitting outside the town or outside the city. It is sitting in the top of your building. And this proximity is also causing a huge challenge for a distribution grid, which, to be honest, we are hardly visible of what it is happening there. We see that only 5% of our lower-end distribution grid has a digital visibility. We know what is happening there. Most of the grids are not even enabled with sensors or digitalization to help us understand. So with these complexities, the way we are designing and we are operating the grid has to be redesigned. So we had a grid which was designed for top-down operations. We had a control room and we used to think, how do we manage the grid from their perspective? But the paradigm has shifted. Now we have to think of a bottom-up approach. How do we start thinking on the distribution level, start giving solutions right from bottom and start planning up till the top? So this is the change that we are talking about in terms of our distribution and our grid planning. And of course, the biggest enabler that we see for the future is digitalization. The hardware, the solutions, they have to come together to enable this digitalization, which can help us achieve a grid which can support this renewable integration. Right. So just considering the time limitation, let us talk about the evolution of grid. We started with a grid which was a copper plate technology. So we are talking about cables, transmission lines, and other things. Then we evolved into a grid which was called a grid automation era, where we are talking about smart grids, solutions, smarter indices, everything that helps us operate this grid. And then we are visualizing a grid which is supposed to be an autonomous grid. Now, in place of actually explaining what autonomous grid, what I will do, I will play a small video to show you how an autonomous grid of the future is actually a possibility as well as a requirement for our grids to think about this distributed energy resources in future. So that's my time, and I want you to leave with this thought that the vision and the future is a grid which can be smart, intelligent, and maybe an autonomous grid, but the journey starts today, and we are all in it together. So thank you so much. This is Abhishek. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Abhishek, for your excellent presentation and video also. Our next speaker is Engineer Kalyan Tata, presenting the dynamic reactive powered compensation with variable shunt reactors. Engineer Tata is an application engineer at Hitachi Energy, India Limited, and focusing on power distribution transformers, reactors, and reactive power system. He has over 15 years of experience working on design, project management, and sales function for transformer components. All the best.
Thank you for the introduction. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for being here. I'm very excited to take you through today's topic, that is dynamic reactive power compensation using a variable shunt reactor. So before we dive into the main topic, let's have a brief overview of the agenda. First, we will emphasize on the overall structure of the power network and the different technologies available which can support the stability of the grid. Next, we will explore what is a reactive power compensation and how it is important to maintain the different voltages at different nodes of the power system. Later, we will try to understand how the dynamic reactive power compensation is possible using simple techniques like variable shunt reactors. And finally, we will try to understand the basic design and construction of a shunt reactor, both static as well as dynamic shunt reactor. So these slides give you an overview of the power system right from generation, transmission up to the utilization. On the left-hand side, you can see the different sources. The different sources of generation that can be conventional like coal or nuclear, And we have even the renewable sources like solar and wind. So it's important to note down that whenever you are having a large-scale renewable integration, they are very good from the sustainability point of view, but they induce some kind of challenges for voltage stability during the grid. Then we have the transmission line in the center, which is like a backbone of the entire power system, which is transmitting power over a long distance. It can be through HVAC or HVDC. Or HVAC is an important topic for today because we will be discussing the reactive power compensation in high voltage alternating current lines. And then we have the load center. It can be industrial customers who demand for reactive power. It can be large scale commercial complex. It can be residential load centers. So here, what is a reactive power and why the compensation of a reactive power is required? On the right hand side, you can see we have this power triangle where the active power is the total power supplied to the system. Active power is the power which actually does the actual work in the system. And then we have the reactive power. So reactive power is not something that does the actual work, but it is very important to create magnetic fields, to maintain grid stability, to maintain voltage across the grid. And here we have shown the diagram of a very long transmission line. So the transmission line is having interaction with the ground, and with this interaction, it forms a virtual capacitor body. And this capacitor body is indirectly inducing the reactive power in the system. And this reactive power is increasing the voltage with the help of the polarity effect, which we all know. On the contrary, we have the inductor load like the shunt reactors, which will consume the reactive power and will bring back the voltage level to normalcy. Now we can discuss the voltage profiles under different demands for reactive power. Again, we have a single line diagram of this power network. We have the infinite bus, we have the transformer, transmission line with the capacitance. And here, the Q1 is the total reactive power getting induced in the transmission lines. So under normal circumstances, the total reactive power generated by the system and the total reactive power consumed by the industrial load, Q2, will be constant. And then we have the voltage from the sending end, that is V1, and the voltage which is received at the consumer level, V2, will be constant because we don't have any reactive power unbalance. But imagine a situation when you have a droop or when the demand from the industrial customers will drop down, where in such a scenario, you will have more reactive power generated in the system than it is consumed by the customers. In that condition, due to Ferranti effect, we will have a very high increase in the voltage at the receiving end. And this can put the insulation under stress. Many equipment can get damaged, which we don't want. One of the easiest solutions to compensate the imbalance between the reactive power is to have a shunt reactor connected very close to the load centers. And this shunt reactor is consuming a part of this reactive power which is generated by the system. So here, the total reactive power generated in the system is partially consumed by the shunt reactor plus the industrial load. And again, in this static compensation scenario, we have the total voltage between the sending and the receiving end constant because the total power we are able to balance using a shunt reactor. But when we talk about the actual scenarios in a power network, the requirement of different industrial customers is not constant. It keep on varying during the different loads. And when consider a situation when you have the shunt reactor connected to a system and the load, the demand for the reactive power by the industrial customers even also increases. In this scenario, what will happen? The shunt reactor is overcompensating the network so that the total reactive power generated in the system is less, wherever the total demand by the industrial customer plus the shunt reactor is more. So what will happen? You will have less voltage at the consumer level, which will make the equipment working there to not working as per the satisfactory level because it's not getting the total voltage it's required for. The easy solution is we can think that, okay, when we have this imbalance or overcompensation, we can simply remove the shunt reactor out of the network. But this calls for two different challenges. One, you need to have a complex network system. You need to have bigger circuit breakers, which can disconnect the shunt reactor. And second, most important is while you're disconnecting a reactor of significant MVR from the network, you're actually creating a turbulence or transients in the network because you're creating a big imbalance with a sudden disconnection of the circuit breakers. An optimum solution will be to have a reactor which can induce variable reactance, or which can absorb variable capacitor reactance from the system. So whenever there is a change in the load dynamically, this reactor should be capable of dynamically absorbing the power as per the demand or as per the voltage level instability we can sense from the transmission lines. So under this condition, again, even when we have dynamical demand from the customers, a variable shunt reactor can absorb dynamic reactive power from the network. Now, what is a reactor? So, in simple terms, if you define a reactor, it's a simple coil which is wound across an air core or some gap core construction, and it has a major functions. That is, normally we have a shunt reactor or a series reactor. So whenever you are connecting the reactor in the shunt, like from line to ground, is absorbs capacitor reactive power. The another function of a reactor, when you connect with series, it increases the system impedance. So you can increase the system impedance to limit the fault current, or when you are connecting through a neutral grounding reactor, it can limit the unbalance or the neutral grounding current through its higher impedance. So these are the two different functions depending upon the position of the reactor in the system, either in series or a shunt mode. Now coming to the construction, it's similar to a transformer where you have a winding and a core. The only difference is normally in transformer we have a multi-winding because it works on the principle of mutual induction through electromagneticity. And then we have a very high permeable core. In the reactor, we do the opposite. We have the core with very high reluctance. So we want to reduce the permeability of the core. And second most important is when we have this higher air gaps in the core, like you can see, these are few air gaps in the core which we are constructing from. So these air gaps are important to maintain the high reluctance of the reactor, which is the desired function of this shunt reactor. And these air gaps can absorb the reactive power from the system. Of course, when you are building a core with very high reluctance, there are some challenges that their no-load losses are higher. It has a lot of vibration and noise challenges. So this is something that has to be taken care while manufacturing a reactor than a transformer. The transformer is relatively simple in construction compared to a reactor because it doesn't face so much of these vibration and noise challenges. Now, what is variable shunt reactor? So variable shunt reactor is simple. It's a reactor with an on-dot tap changer. So it has a tap changer connected to its winding. It keep on changing the number of turns with a smooth flow of inductance. Like whenever you have a higher demand of higher inductance, it can add a number of turns without creating much transients in the system. So it's creating a variable inductance, and when this inductance reacts with the frequency of the the transmission line, you get variable reactance. So without creating much turbulences or transients in the system, variable shunt react by the help of an on-dot tap changer can create or can absorb time variable reactive power from the system. Now this slide talks about the feasibility range of a shunt reactor, on how much modification, how much adjustment we can do to a shunt reactor. The graph shown here, it shows that across the different voltages and the total demand for reactive power, how much adjustment is possible. So you can see when you have a shunt reactor of very high voltage coming to 550 kV, you have almost 50% variable range. And when it comes to lower voltage, say for example 100 kV, you have almost 70-75% of the adjustment. So this adjustment or this variance is not a function of the reactor or not a limitation of the reactor, but it's mainly decided by the on-dot tap changer, which varies the number of turns of a reactor. So on-dot tap changer has some limitations, like it has a fixed number of turns, it has a specific step voltage, it has specific transient stresses, specific leakage inductance. So these limitations of the OLTC are deciding the different variation possible with a variable shunt reactor. So the final takeaways, we have seen that voltage, whenever you have, you need a dynamic absorption of the reactive power from the power system, it can be done by using a shunt reactor equipped with the OLTC, which can fine-tune the number of turns and can simply keep on absorbing depending upon the load, depending upon the reactive power generated and whatever reactive power being consumed by the dynamically varying load. Then we have the variable shunt reactor that is connected anytime to the system, no need to disconnect it and create any turbulence. And this is very important when you have large-scale integration of renewables. So with the variable nature of the shunt reactor, you have more confidence or more flexibility to integrate more and more renewables in the system. Then when it comes to VSR, that variable shunt reactor, you do need to have a very complex structure of breakers and a large transmission substation which demand for capital investment, because here just with a reactor and a tap changer, you are able to generate equipment which can flexible enough to adjust itself to the flexible requirements of the transmission system. And last but not the least, especially that variable shunt reactor not just compensates the reactive power, but even it's flexible to absorb or maintain voltages when there is a demand from different weathers. Like in most of the countries, there is a demand in power that varies from summer to winter. So even in those conditions, VSR can maintain the voltage level. And most important of this flexibility in nature, like it can adjust itself to the output demand. We can place a variable shunt reactor to different nodes or different positions within a power system, making it more and more flexible from the investment point of view or from the installation point of view. So that's all from my side. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kalyan. You did a great presentation. Our next speaker is Dr. Maximilian, presenting an interesting subject, underground cable versus overhead lines, a sustainable solution for future grid. Dr. Maximilian is a project manager at Train Main Link with a PhD from University of Bremen, with an extensive experience in geotechnical and large infrastructure projects. Alongside him will be engineer Timo, who is the branch manager director at Fitcher, with a background in civil engineering and project management. All the best, Dr. Zin. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this PowerTalks. Today we like to talk about power transmission, underground cable versus overhead lines, a sustainable solution for future grids. At the beginning, we like to introduce ourselves. Later on, we like to talk about the transmission of the national grids. Further on, we're going on with the underground tables, technical benefits, and at the end, we take an outlook on the partnerships. Our perspective on the Oman Vision 2014 places a particular emphasis on the role and significance of underground cables within the framework of national development strategies. We view underground cables not only as technology infrastructure, but as an integral part of sustainable energy supply and the modernization of the electrical grid in Oman. In context of Vision 2014, which aims the economical diversification, ecological sustainability, and social development, we see the increase of use of underground cables as a promising opportunity to make a transmission more effective, safer, and more environment-friendly. Our analyses take place into the realization of the Oman long-term goals. Who we are. We are a consortium consisting out of 4 specialized German engineering companies: GPM, Fischer Teamplan, Mailänder Consult, and Ingenieurbüro Berger Partner GmbH. Together, we combine our expertise to implement complex projects, efficiencies, and sustainabilities. Our team consists out of 900 employees, including engineers, environmental assessories, geologists, and technicians. With over 16 years of experience in pipeline construction, both open-cut and trenchless methods, we offer comprehensive services, from conceptual planning to construction supervision.
We specialize in crossing various infrastructure, such as railway systems, roads, and waterways. Furthermore, we conduct throughout underground investigation and provide expert advice in the field of geotechnics. International projects we have done with water reservoir, phase 4, 5, and 6 in Dubai, completing 2011, the photo on the left. On the outstrike of Dubai, one of the world's largest drinking water reservoirs was constructed. The Dubai Electricity and Water Authority invested around $100 million in the construction of 3 new tanks with a total capacity of 800 million liters of drinking water. The reservoir supplied with water from the distant plant located approximately 35 kilometers away in Jebel Ali area. The new facility is of central importance for the reliable water supply of the neighboring district of Dubai. Another completed project in the Middle East is the Sunset Majlis. In Dubai, realized in 2016, the client was the Engineering Office of Dubai, which managed the prestigious undertaking based on unique concept design in detailed drawings. The Sunset Majlis itself consists of 314 square meter circular structure. The Majlis was constructed on reclaimed land in the sea, is surrounded by a stone embankment and rests on the interconnected foundation system. As well, we're talking about international projects as we are referring to the field of underground cable routes. Currently, Team Plan is involved in 3 significant projects of this area for underground cables. There are not underground cable route represents a key infrastructure project of the transmission system operator Embryon. With a length of around 300 kilometers, it serves to transport wind power from the North Sea coast to the Rhineland, as shown on the slide left on the top. The route runs in 2 parallel trenches, which each side carrying 2 high-voltage cables. The installation is mostly carried out using open construction methods at a depth of around 2 meters. To stabilize and protect the cable protection pipes, liquid soil is used, often made from locally excavated material. These construction methods ensures high operational reliability. In the event of a fault, one of the 2 lines can be repaired while the other continues to transmit electricity. Those systems provide important redundancy. As the future illustration of the slide shows, the open construction method is not the optional solution in this case. In particular, when crossing underbodies of water or roads within underground cables, the closed construction method, despite higher costs and longer construction times, offers clearly advantage in the case of space for the constructions. Side up is only required at the start and end point of the route. Various methods are available for implementation, including pilot tube checking, horizontal directional drilling, and microtunneling. The choice of the appropriate method largely depends on local geology and the length of the route installed. Completion of the line is planned for 2027. From that point, the route will reliably supply electricity to around 2 million people in Germany. This project exemplifies modern efficiency and environmental consistent underground cable systems for the integration renewable engineers in Germany. FBGM continues to be involved in 2 additional underground cable projects, the Rhein-Main link and the Südlink. Both routes are among the most significant initiatives of German Energiewende, with completion planned by the year 2033. In totally approximately 1,300 kilometers of high-voltage direct current cables will be laid connecting the wind-rich north, including the Scandinavia area and offshore wind farms, with the energy-intensive south of Germany. The approximately project value lies by around 30 billion euros. In the next slide, my colleague Dr. Maximilian will present the understanding of the mission of 2014.
Thanks, Timo. Also, good afternoon from my side. 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 let's have now a little bit closer look on Oman's Vision 2040, and more precisely on which topics of the Oman Vision underground cables have an impact on. There's grid expansion and modernization, renewable energy integration, green hydrogen integration, grid stability and reliability, infrastructure for new projects. And these mentioned goals of Oman's vision can all be achieved and improved, by our opinion, by considering underground cables as a major transportation system. For this, however, you need to transform the national grid, and how this is done and planned in Germany, I will show you on the next slide. Here we have Germany on the right-hand side, and in Germany we have the Energiewende, as Timo already mentioned. It's energy turnaround. It's a national program or a politically driven agency to transform our energy grids to renewable energies. For this, the national grid is to be transformed from fossil to renewable energies, and partly from overhead lines to underground cables. As already outlined, for these challenges in Germany we have, there is a lot of wind in the north, which is, laser pointer doesn't work. You see in the north of Germany there's a lot of wind at the coastal areas, and we have a lot of energy-intensive industry in the south. So there's this problem that we need the energy in the south, and it's mainly produced and generated in the north. So we have a lot of large-scale underground cable projects to overcome this distance in the first hand, and secondly, to provide the energy in the south. And these cables can transport up to 8 gigawatts of energy per project to where it is consumed in the future. So, and FBGM, our team plan consortium, is part of these large-scale underground cable projects. And just a few points, what complexities and challenges we have to cope with are a lot of regulation and complexities due to the legal framework in Germany. We have a very diverse geology, like in Oman, and for me as a geologist it's always tricky to find suitable solutions. And of course there's a lot of special construction methods like HDD drilling or microtunneling to overcome obstacles. And very importantly, we consider infrastructure, cultural heritage areas and protected areas, and groundwater, for instance. So here I outline one of the major facts which are advantages for underground cables. First, underground power cables are entirely independent of the type of energy, so fossil or renewable. It works both. They provide a higher safety in terms of net stability and less outages. This again prevents costs at supplying these outages. They are virtually independent of the weather and weather phenomena like dust storms, floods, etc. This again reduces costs. Again, another advantage is that they are less vulnerable against physical attacks like vandalism, terrorist attacks, road collisions. They have a lower maintenance and repairing costs. That is an advantage in terms of cost in general. So overhead lines are often less expensive initially, but in the long run, underground cables are often less expensive then. And finally, very importantly, you can protect by underground cable certain protected areas like cultural, archaeological sites and environmentally protected areas. And finally, less electromagnetic disturbances can be inferred, like you see in the top left picture where this airstrip is very close to the underground cables running close by. To sum it up, underground cables have an asset against overhead lines if considering it in the long run, and if you take into account adjacent aspects also. So this is my last slide. Yeah, as I outlined before, FBGM provides a vital technical and interdisciplinary team with expertise in this field and can be a good partner for Oman's Vision 2040. Underground cables have immense potential to make Oman future-proof and resilient. And as a further step, we are willing to initiate a subsidiary in Oman. And we are also very happy to collaborate in terms of knowledge exchange and university collaborations. And we are also very happy to offer internships in our team. Yeah, thanks for your attention. These are our context, and see you around for fruitful discussions, hopefully.
Thank you both for your excellent presentations. So our last speaker is Dr. Ali Al-Kandani. Dr. Ali is the head of Power System Studies at Monenco Engineering with over 12 years of experience. He specialized in system planning, stability analysis, and renewable integration, and of course electricity market. He held a PhD in electrical engineering and published a lot of papers on market mechanism and grid stability. Dr. Ali will be presenting the energy storage solution and grid balancing. Dr. Ali, floor is yours.
Hi everyone, nice to see you. I'm here from Monenco Consulting Engineer and hope to have a good presentation, fruitful presentation about effect of energy storage on grid balancing. Due to the global policy for carbon reduction, there is a lot of renewable expansion in different countries. That means increased penetration of renewable, as all the speakers talk about this. But this increased penetration of renewable faces power system network with new challenges. The first challenge is price volatility, and the second one is grid instability. Price volatility will be happen due to the uncertainty in renewable generation, and also grid instability will be happen due to the reduced inertia of power network and considering renewable in power network. To resolve this issue, one of the solution is using of energy storage in network that will resolve this issue, but considering energy storage will faces power system with new challenge, that we are talking about this challenge today. There is a lot of benefits comprised from energy storage that can be considered besides renewable energy, considering for end user consumer, also delay infrastructure investment in transmission and distribution, also black start capability, but the main benefit of this energy storage will be comprised from market and economic application, and also grid reliability and increasing frequency stability of power systems. If we want to categorize these two items, the first one is market participant that have benefit for owner of energy storage, and the second one is system operation benefit that will have benefit for system operators. Market benefit will be get benefit for the owner of the energy storage by difference between the high and low price in electricity market, and also the system operator benefit will be come by increasing the frequency response of energy storage, also increasing the virtual inertia of the network by more equipped facility and equipment. But there is a conflict between these two benefits. The first one is the electricity price and benefit for owner of energy storage. They need to inject power in the peak load demand and also absorb energy from the network in light load condition. But system operators need to inject power after an event in the power system that it means maybe it happened in light load conditions. So in this case, the benefit will lose, and there is a loss opportunity for energy storage owner. That is a conflict between system operator and also owner of the energy storage. To resolve this challenge, there is a lot of considerable solution that can be considered. The first one is integration of multi-objective optimization, multi-layer market participant, target incentive design, and advanced forecasting method can be considered to resolve this issue. The first one is considering both economic and also technical benefit for energy storage that should be considered in one optimization solution. If we consider economic as one direction and technical benefit in another direction, it is a Pareto front that increasing technical benefit will reduce the economic benefit of owner and vice versa. But if we can implement some mechanism that have both benefit in line in one direction, it will increase network reliability and benefit of the owner of energy storage and will help the system operators. To do this, there's different market mechanisms that can be considered. For example, day-ahead and intraday energy markets, real-time balancing markets, frequency response, and fast reserve and capacity and reliability markets. That if we have an opportunity to participate in energy storage in this market, it will increase the benefit. Other mechanism that can be considered for improving the benefit of owner is a regulative and incentive design for increasing the benefit. For example, stability adders, location specification period premiums, and also reliability revenue that can be considered for energy storage. Also, another solution is a more accurate forecast method for renewables and also price markets. In order to resolve this issue, we should do a market redesign. Also, we should enhance the technology integration of the renewable to increase grid stability, and also we should have a price alignment in both directions to resolve this issue. In all other countries, Australia is the lead of countries for energy storage installation and also energy storage market that consider efficiency losses, opportunity cost losses for battery energy storage, and also frequency coefficient essential system services. Also, frequency performance payment considered for energy storage in this market, but some other countries like UK, Ireland, Nordic country, United States and Canada just consider balancing market to participate in energy storage in this network. You can see here a graph that we have techno-economic ancillary services market just for Australia, United States, and some European countries. Also, the yellow one shows the countries that just consider technical ancillary service markets, and the blue one is countries that just consider economic ancillary services market. And this pie chart shows the benefit for energy storage in Australia that mainly 65% are comprised from energy revenue that consider for energy storages. Considering ancillary services market in Australia show that if we have also energy benefit and also ancillary services market. It will increase 1 to 2% benefit of energy storage. Also, if we want to have more benefit from energy storages, we should have some investment on this equipment to have a faster response from the energy storages, named enhanced frequency response. Also, we need primary frequency response. That if we want to have this equipped, we should have some investment, and it will have cost for owner of the energy storage. If we want to use this facility, we need to compensate this cost for them. On the other side, we have a conflict between the freedom of the energy storage owner and also system operators. System operators need more controllability and more monitoring for energy storages. In the other hand, owner of the energy storage need more freedom to action to buy and sell electricity. If we want to have a better work and cooperation between system operator and also owner of energy storage, we should have a recursive process to make policy for this operation. If I want to sum up this presentation, there is a rapid growth for renewable energy resources and faces a power network with more challenges. To resolve this challenge, we need to have energy storage as a one solution, and to motivate owner and investor of energy storages, we should consider some market redesign, some regulatory framework, and some opportunity for them to participate in grid balancing and network reliability improvement and gain benefit from their energy storage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali, for your presentation, and I would like to ask all the speakers to come to the stage and take your seating for the panel discussion. As we have a very limited time for the panels, we'll try. She's saying only 2 minutes for panel discussion. Can you believe that? Okay. So please, in order, so we can go one by one. I have prepared some of the questions based on your presentations, and please feel free if you have any question to raise your hand and participate in the panels. We'll start with Frederick. You did an excellent comparison of insulators. So in summary, can you give us what are the key challenges and when you're testing the insulators for severe environmental condition, and how your solution will enhance the grid resilience?
Yes. The key challenging to meet the requirement is polluted environment. It's now the coating. But it's the ultimate solution. Before, you need the insulator, proper design of the insulator string, and now the challenge is on the coating.
Hot. The challenge is
on the coating, sorry.
On the coating, okay.
Because up to date, we were in a situation where we had on one side the insulator manufacturer itself, coating material supplier, and the applicator. And now the challenge is to combine these three components in one final product, a complete solution, the requirements versus pollution.
Okay, so in GCC, we suffer a lot from high humidity.
GCC is well known to be a leader in this, challenge, I would say.
Okay.
GCC is using a factory-coated insulator for a while now. And from our experience in the region, GCC is the leader in this, this new trend.
Okay, thank you. So, Engineer Abdullah, what are the primary factors driving Oman investment in transmission infrastructure, especially for renewable energy? Again, what are the primary factors for driving Oman infrastructure investment for renewable energy?
The primary to meet Oman target, where we have to maintain 40% in 2040, 30% in 2030. And we need to also have a diversity of generation from different perspectives in terms of wind, solar. Having this share of renewable energy will take a lot of investment needed to be taken into consideration.
So in your presentation, I saw that by 2030 you will reach like 8 gigawatt or something like this.
Almost 30%, 30% of the total.
Do you know what are the annual growth of energy in Oman currently from year to year? And is it
mainly in coming years, the main dominant load, it is the direct customer where we have industries. Okay. So to meet that demand, we need to invest a lot of.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carr. Based on your presentation, I have seen the renewable energy integration. What strategies can utilities adopt to accelerate renewable energy integration while maintaining grid stability? We can see all in GCC region, all member states, they are investing a lot in penetration of renewable energy, but how do we maintain the grid stability at the same time? If you can elaborate on this.
Yeah, sure. So we understand the complexity of upgrading this infrastructure. So the first thing first, there are 4 levers which has to work together. The society, the economics, like Mr. Ali explained, the technology stability, like Mr. Muhammad explained, and the technology. And coming from a technology perspective, we have to start with the basic maturity evaluation of every system. We have to start thinking bottom up, how we modernize. And then we have to think of the integrated planning for future. What do we need by 2030 or by 2050? And that has to be incorporated in the planning side.
Okay.
That is how there has to be a systematic and strategic leadership approach to this challenge.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tata, so what are the latest technologies, advancement in reactive power compensation that support the future growth of power grids? Do you have any clue about that? You can.
Yeah. So there are a lot of technologies available, like it depends upon the nature of the problem or kind of integration you are looking forward. So different grids or the different parts of a country or the different parts of the world will have different solutions for this. So if you have more and more renewables, then it can be like you are having more requirement for a reactive power, then you can go for a shunt reactor, variable shunt reactor, which I presented. Then there are some advanced technologies available like a STATCOM. All are available, and what kind of challenges you are facing in the grid, and what kind of capital investment you are preparing for. So for easy solution, if you have a simple transmission line with a lot of capacitance and you need just a compensation for the reactive power, a shunt reactor or variable shunt reactor is sufficient, because that will give you an easy solution, a simple solution without much complexity, and it will put a less burden on your pocket. But if you want to have more complex solution, when you want to integrate multiple back and forth on the renewables, you need to have more advanced systems like a STATCOM. Of course, it will call for a lot of capital expenditure, more complex grid, and it will have for some maintenance and subsequent activities which you do once you integrate all these things in the grid. It all depends upon the nature of problem and the modification which are readily available to do in the grid.
Okay, okay, thank you. Well done, well stated. Dr. Maximilian and Timo, a joint question. So what are the biggest geotechnical challenge faced during large-scale projects like your company? Do you have any clue about large geotechnical?
Okay. I try to answer this one for you. Well, in terms of geotechnics, there's always underground, and depending on the geology, you don't know what you have to drill through, but that's why there's always ground investigations in advance to address these problems we face in the ground. And once serious and adequate investigation is done beforehand, the risks and the challenges are reduced. And mostly from a geotechnical point of view, there's the groundwater table and changes in the mechanical behavior of rocks, which provide sometimes problems.
So how do we mitigate these associated risks? Is there any mitigation way?
I try to analyze the most risks ahead. So the most difficult situation or the most problems we face is to obtaining our building permits from the Bundesnetzagentur, also the permission to allow to build this kind of power lines through Germany, and of course to obtain the NOC from private owner of land.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ali, now you have talked about renewable energy and also electricity, energy storage. So how can energy storage system be optimized to enhance grid stability? In summary.
Yes, as I mentioned in my presentation, there is some new facility that can enhance frequency response of the energy storages. If you can use this enhanced frequency response, it will increase also inertia of network, the increased penetration of renewable. Inertia of network will decrease and nadir point will be changed. So in order to enhance grid stability, new technology that have a response for frequency change will facilitate frequency response and enhance network reliability.
Okay, thank you. I'll open the question if anyone would like to raise a question. Mic there, please.
Assalamu alaikum, Mazen Shidani from PDO. If you allow me, Engineer Zahrani, I have two questions.
Please.
Okay, the first question, great presentation, Dr. Maximilian. You have mentioned that you have the power generation at the north-south of Germany and you need to give it to the demand, which is at the southern part, by using the underground cables. So my question here is there any strategy in place to monitor the environmental impact of the using of this underground cables over the time?
You mean whether there are any experience from the long term, how these cables behave and
Correct,
how they...
yeah.
Well,
environmental-wise, yeah.
Well, we have we started to build and to plan these projects in Germany, and the first project we are part of is just about to be finished, and there's another one which is called Southeast Link, which is also almost ready to transmit energy, and a part of these there is no long-term experience right now. It's just based on the lab and upscaling from that.
I might to add in this one, as we know, we will face some issue with the transportation. That's why we implement to build two trenches in order to be able to repair one when other ones fall.
Okay.
So we try to ensure a continuously power supply to the people.
Thank you, thank you. Maybe my second question goes to Mr. Carr. Great presentation. You mentioned how we transit from the conventional grid up to autonomous grid. So in terms of cost, how do you see that autonomous grids compare to traditional grids when considering long-term benefits versus the initial investment? Also by take into consideration the cyber attacks and all of this. Yeah, that's all.
I mean, if the question is about how we compare the conventional grids that we have right now with the long-term grids that we are talking about? Is that the correct question? Well, first thing first, before comparing, it's a mandate now. We have to switch towards it. Second thing about your investment perspective, that's a very good question. The condition currently is that we are analyzing current situation and we are planning our investment based on what is urgently required. But the planning horizon has to expand to look at the return on investment. And considerations which has to come is also the volatility or the cost of lost power or cost of additional sources. Now this economics will decide how you start investing on your grid, when, where, and how. So the dynamics will definitely work in favor of, as per different reports which say, for every country, the investment when planned on these scenarios actually has given better development. And it's not just the power supply, it's about the entire economics of a country. So we have to look at a bigger horizon of investment and a bigger perspective of investment to do this evaluation.
Thank you. We have one more question.
We have one more question. One last question.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Hilal Al-Hadi from Nama Distribution Company. We are responsible about renewable, small scale, below 25 megawatt. Actually, my question to Tata, Mr. Tata, actually regarding the stability of these small scale renewable systems, also including the EVs. Of course, for Oman still we are scattered systems, but also we are thinking future maybe these problems will happen. So from your experience, please, how to maybe think from now to mitigate such issues can happen in Oman distribution networks? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. From what I understood is you're talking about integration of renewables to a distribution network. Like when you have integration of large-scale renewables, it will be on the generation side and it can pose the problems like this reactive power compensation and grid stability. But when you talk about small or what is a decentralized renewable sources, it can also pose a challenge of voltage stability at distribution grid. So we have some solutions like we call it line voltage regulator or some transformers which are with having a small OLTC. So these can have, because there is no challenge of any reactive power compensation because the distribution system will not be very long. So there you will face problem with a simple regulation. If you are moving away from the transformers, then you can have the voltage drop simply because of the regulation. Then we can have solutions called line voltage regulator, which can simply keep on boosting the voltage whenever there is less demand. Because the generation from your decentralized renewable source is not constant. It keep on varying, and sometimes the load can be very high and the generation can be very low. So in those cases, you can have either higher voltage, over voltage, or under voltage. So these solutions like this buck boost arrangement of transformers or the line voltage regulator we call it, they can control both over voltage and under voltage, keeping the distribution grid under stable condition.
Thank you very much for your excellent contribution, and thanks to all our speakers for your excellent presentations. We don't have any more time for any additional questions, but thank you. Looking forward for a second engagement in the future in IEEE. So that's the end of this session. Thank you very much.
1 second before we conclude, we just would like to hand a small certificate of appreciation to our speakers. So if you allow me, I would like to start with Mr. Frederick. Mohandas Hashim, if you would hand him the trophy, please, the certificate, please. The second certificate to Mr. Abhishek Kar. Apologies for this, it is for Mr. Abdullah Al-Habsi. The next one is Mr. Abhishek Kar. And Mr. Kilian Tata. Dr. Maximilian Sundel and Mr. Timo Geiger. And finally, Mr. Ali Kandani
At the end, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Shakhsi to the stage to hand a small trophy of appreciation to our moderator, Mohandes Hashim Zahrani. Shukran Jazilan. Thank you so much, Mohandes Hashim. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you for all our speakers. We would like to have a group photo, if you don't mind, if you can please come to the front. Dr. Ahmed. And by this, we reach to the conclusion of this session. We will break now for lunch, and we'll be back for our last session of the day, which will focus on distribution networks. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for being here with us today, and we look forward to having you after the lunch. Thank you.
This is Khalfan Al-Kharousi. I will be the moderator for this last session in this day. Hopefully you still have energy at this time. So this session is about electricity distribution systems. The agenda is packed with the insights into future of the power grids, and it's clear that distribution networks at the heart of this transformation. We're going to explore how new technologies are helping us building a smarter and more resilient grid. Our speakers will cover a range of critical topics, from decarbonization of distribution networks, improving efficiency, innovative use of AI-driven predictive maintenance, and outage management systems. This session is moving beyond traditional infrastructure and embracing digitalization to ensure reliable, clean, and efficient power delivery for every customer. I'm delighted to welcome our distinguished speakers who will share their expertise in these vital topics. We will start the session by the first presentation from multiplicity to fusion, NEDC's journey to a unified, intelligent distribution network control ecosystems. It will be presented by Engineer Humaid Al-Na'bi, who is the General Manager of Control Centers in Nama Electricity Distribution Company. Humaid Al-Na'bi is the General Manager of the Control Center in NEDC, overseeing the operational performance, strategic developments, and technological advancements of control centers serving the northern of Oman. He has extensive expertise in electricity distribution network operations, SCADA systems, and technical regulations. He holds a Master of Business Administration MBA in his recognized of leadership in optimizing resources, driving, achieving NEDC's vision of operational excellence. Welcome to Humaid. Tafadhal, Humaid. Check it. This one, the one.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Engineer Khalfan. And as he said, we hope that still you have that energy and momentum from the morning. And always that's the afternoon sessions. It's very hard. But I hope that you will enjoy what we will have. And we will talk in a very high level explanation about the distribution control centers ecosystem, and we will explain also the way forward of NEDC journey to have the smart control center as well. Don't worry about the long list of the agenda, but it will be very short. We will talk about NEDC at a glance. Then we will talk about how is that become as essential and also evolving energy landscape in NEDC. We will talk about the regulator expectation, the current challenges, and also we will talk the vision where the NEDC want to take the control centers and the systems related to the control systems. And also we will give a high level of the transformation roadmap, and we will talk the main about two main elements in the distribution control ecosystems. We will talk about the ADMS, and also the in-house platform has been developed called Tahakkum, the data engine within the NEDC, and we will talk about the future enhancement as well. Yeah, let's have a very brief about NEDC. NEDC, it's Nama Electricity Distribution Company. It's a regulated company licensed to distribute the electricity in the northern of Oman, covering 10 governorates except Dhofar. and it's including all the governorates reaching to the Musandam. At a glance, it has the customer base with 1.3 million customers, dealing with the voltage level of 415 volts, 11 kV network, and 33 kV. It's regulated under the graded regulations framework under the ABSR. And as we said, it's only serving the north. From this, we have snapped this from the capability statement of the NEDC from 2025 to 2027, showing that we have evolving and efficient electricity growth. As we said, that starting from 2018 to 27, we see that the growth, it's approximately with 5% average in the increments, and that's given the needs of the electricity in the north of Oman, and also the evolving of the industries in the other sectors. Coming to the regulatory expectation, which is push the journey of NEDC, we have seen that NEDC aligned with their visions also. We see that we should have a resilient operations. We have to adapting to a challenge for continuous performance in electricity sectors and smarter operations, moving from the traditional way of the operation-wise to the smarter one. And we have also to have variable operations, streaming process for quick executions, and also that has been shaped with the safety and what we have in the safe operations as well. All these elements, it's aligned with the Oman Vision 2040 for modernization and sustainability, smart grid deployment, automation and digitalization, integration of the big data and the AI. All these elements has been taken into consideration in the journey as well. If we are imagining that's the control centers, and this is the risk that it came after the merging of the discos companies in the electricity sectors, which shows that the fragment elements in the control centers, and we have seen that the telemetry and non-telemetry data comes to the SCADA systems and the control systems make a challenge to how we can manage this data using for the future enhancements and to use the AI to have more analysis and predictive analysis for this one. So that's what we have seeds in the top of the ice bridge. That's for the network operational reporting and efficiencies. There is some elements or participating points that came to the pictures as we are facing now this one, which is also pushed toward for the ecosystem in the control systems. The existing SCADA system silos, which has been segregated from each other, the poor cross-system synchronization, and it's not talking with the other system as well. Based on that, we have a complex regulatory reporting because the complexity came from the data absence and the database as well. It's not there. We have the non-telemetry data, especially in the low voltage, and again, that's create a fragment database. So this is the vision. The vision is to have a unified intelligent ecosystem that will centralize the coordinations, and all operations will be centralized, or the data-driven decisions. So all the decisions should be made after analyzing the data and also gathering the data using AI and the machine learning. Proactive management, which is going to be used for the asset management and the asset-based understanding the behaviors of the assets. Real-time visibility and aligned goals with the regulators and Oman visions. So we are here sharing that the transformation roadmap, which has been agreed within the NEDCs to be for the next phase of improving the control centers. We will start first by the SCADA system unification. We are not going to limit ourselves to the SCADA because we are going to extend the system to have advanced distribution management system, and that will deploy for both the control systems and also that's going to incorporate the other systems in the advanced distribution management system. Again, we will have the built-in-house تحكم platform, which is going to gather the offline along with the online data for the better understanding of the data behavior. Again, we are going to have the predictive analysis and the risk-based performance indicators. The phase 4, we are going to extend our analytical process to go to the intelligence, AI, and ML. If we will talk about the ADMS, I think the most of the people in the power sectors, they already go through the advanced distribution management system, which is the tool that's going to centralize all the operations, given the whole data from the other systems. It's going to give the geographical informations from the AMI and the CRM outage management system, both in the LV and the HT. Also, it's going to standardize the operation aspects. And also, we will have a faster operation and restoration, which is the aim of the regulator as well. This is the تحكم, the data engine, that we have an absence database, which is make the challengeable areas in converting the data to the analytical basis. And here we see that through the تحكم, we will talk about centralized data platform, gathering all the data from all control centers in a central wise, and also will manage from the network operational planning aspects to have a better look to the network. Also, we will have a unified dashboard, which including both the SCADA data and non-telemetry data, which is absent today, and we will have a decision support based on the data given. This is a very brief about how we see it in the futures. That we will ensure through the تحكم we will have very transparent data, and we will support also the regulatory reporting requirement, and we will have a very big data for the historical data. We are going to use it for our network performance. For the future enhancements, we can see here in the future enhancements, we want to extend. We are not limiting ourselves to only what we have it in the advanced distribution management system, AMI, and the other elements which help to bring the data from the field. We will have also the predictive outage analytical tools, trend detections, which will give us a better understanding of how the behavior of the assets, and also AI-driven insights, and risk-based performance matrices, which is going to give us a better stand in how we are going to dealing with the data in the futures. That's it all with my presentation. I hope that you get the most important elements. I will be glad to answer your questions through the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Humaid, for this presentation, and keep the time as well. So the second presentation is about enhancing reliability and efficiency in power systems using advanced fault detection and isolation for intermittent earth faults in modern distribution systems. The presentation will be made by Hamada Diab. Engineer Hamada is a protection application engineer in Omicron Electronics in Middle East. So we should welcome Engineer Hamada for the presentation, please. Thank you.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining my session today. We will go through the most challenge in the distribution network, the modern distribution network, which is intermittent earth fault. As you can see from the screen, my presentation is titled Advanced Fault Detection and Isolation for the Intermittent Earth Fault Protection in the Modern Distribution Network to enhance the efficiency and reliability of our protection and our protection topology. So here is the agenda today. We will make an overview as introduction about the intermittent earth fault, and then we will describe the differences between the ground fault protection, and followed by the grounding methods in the modern distribution networks. Then we will cover the intermittent earth fault phenomena in protection topology, and then we will sum up with the key finding and conclusions and the future work and the future challenges. So let us dive into the topic. First, we will give you an introduction about the intermittent earth fault, which is the most challenge in the modern distribution network, because the nature of the intermittent earth fault, which differs from the permanent earth fault. So it's a very brief and very fast with a very low energy, which means the fault current will be very low, and that which means that it cannot be detected by the conventional protection method, such as the permanent earth fault, which have a clear and pure sinusoidal waveform. So the intermittent earth fault is brief, it's very short, very fast, and also it can be caused by using by sporadic contact between the conductor and the ears. And also it causes a transient signals, so it can be covered using the advanced techniques for the intermittent earth fault protection. So how we can improve the detection, that we will cover in the next few slides, how to provide the isolation using the advanced protection methods. So the earth fault protection, as you can see, here is the principle of permanent fault protection. The permanent fault protection is a pure sinusoidal waveform, which can be detected using the normal and permanent earth fault protection using the RMS current waveform. On the other hand, the ground fault protection, it can be caused by unintended contact between the conductor and the system enclosure. So there is no path of the earth fault or the zero sequence current. On the other hand, the earth fault, it can be caused by a direct contact between the conductor and the earth, and it depends on the soil resistivity. So the detection, the ground fault can be easily detected by using the RCDs or residual current devices, but restricted earth fault protection and Peterson coil systems. So also the voltage imbalance can be as a method to detect this and to differentiate between the permanent earth fault and the intermittent earth fault. And here is a comparison between the earth fault and the ground fault protection. So as we can define the ground fault as unintended current path between the current and the system enclosure due to fallen lines or due to the moisture content or the cable deterioration of the medium voltage cables. On the other hand, the direct earth fault, it's a direct contact between the conductor and the earth. So the ground fault can be caused by damaged insulation or cable insulation deterioration. On the other hand, the earth fault is a physical contact between the conductor and between the earth, such as the fallen lines. So the current magnitude differs between both of them, and we need to differentiate between the ground fault and the earth fault. So the detection, first one, the ground fault can be detected using the residual current monitoring or residual current devices, which can reflect directly to the increase of current. But for the earth fault, the neutral current imbalance and the voltage shift can be used to detect this type of faults. So the protection schemes for the ground fault, it can be done using the RCDs and ground fault devices, but the earth fault, it can be implemented using the restricted earth fault and the Peterson coil measurement. So here is the grounding methods in the medium voltage networks. So we have different types of grounding methods in the distribution, starting with the ungrounded or unearthed or cold isolated. As you can see, there is no any intentional current path, and also it provides a high risk of arcing contacts. But the solidly grounding, there is no any limitation for the fault current, which means we can have a high fault current in this case, which is a very, it requires a fast detection and fast isolation. For the low resistance and the high resistance, it limits the current using the high resistance to a safer level that can be handled with the protection system. But last but not least, the resonant or Patterson coil, which directly eliminates the current to nearly zero, as you can see, but it can eliminate also the restrike, and it can be required careful tuning for this system. So the grounding method, as you can see, we have different grounding methods from the undergrounded, which is obsolete right now because it eliminates and poses a very high risk current because there is no any current pass or intended current pass. Also, we have a solidly grounding, which is a very simple, but it imposes a high fault current, which needs fast detection and fast tripping. The resistance grounding, which can be used to limit the high fault current to a safer level that can be handled with the protection phenomena. And last but not least, the Patterson coil or the resonant grounding to reduce the strikes. So we have different protection methods for the earth fault protection, starting with the very simple and very direct overcurrent release, which is directly proposed to and reflects to the change of the current and the amount, the high amount of the current, but the residual current devices can be used also to measure and to compare between the phase current and the neutral current. We have also the directional earth fault relays. We will explain more in details in the next few slides, along with the admittance and impedance-based relays, watt-metric earth fault protection, and last but not least, the intermittent earth fault phenomena. So starting with the directional earth fault, as you can see, the directional earth fault, it depends on the zero sequence current and zero sequence voltage and the phase angle between them. So once the zero sequence current and zero sequence voltage exceeds a preset or a predefined value and the angle between them lies in the operating sector, the relay can operate and can detect and can trip this fault current. It can be operate in a different time characteristics such as definite time or IDMT time, and it requires also, and it can be operated especially in the meshed and interconnected networks because the current can flow in different directions. The second one, which is the admittance and impedance-based protection, it depends on the zero sequence current and zero sequence voltage. So we can measure the admittance of the system by using the formula Y naught equal I naught divided by minus I naught. So once the zero sequence current, the zero sequence voltage, and the angle between them lies in the operating sector or the operating zone, so the relay can detect and can operate directly. And this method is very advanced and is very sensitive for detecting this kind of faults. The watt-metric earth fault protection, one of the most advanced protection, which can be used to differentiate between the normal or the nominal permanent earth fault and the intermittent earth fault by using the power phenomena. So we can measure the zero sequence power by using this equation. The zero sequence power equal to 3I naught multiplied by U naught multiplied by cosine phi, which phi is the phase shift between the zero sequence current and zero sequence voltage, and also it can be operates in a definite time or inverse definite time. So the angle here between the current and the voltage, we shall take it into consideration to define the operating zone. As you can see, also we have a correction angle which can be used to minimize the current measurement errors using the correction angles. So here is the operating zone as you can see from our slides. So we have advanced detection of elusive earth fault, and we have also some challenge. So we can use the multi-criteria detection algorithm or the multi-frequency analysis using the harmonic-based phenomena or the transient or intermittent earth fault detection. But we shall take it into consideration the challenge that they have low energy, low current, and also it can reoccur unpredictably. So we shall take into consideration this kind of phenomena. So the intermittent earth fault, it's a high impedance fault, and it's a very low energy, which is low current. So the fault current is very low and fluctuating, and it requires advanced techniques to be detected, such as our techniques today, which is the system-based testing using the Omicron relay sim test software. So it's very hard to detect, but I will explain now how we can easily adapt, detect, and test this kind of phenomena. So here is the system-based testing, improving approach. So simply we can entering the power system topology in the network calculation. Then also we can export this as a ComTrade file, which can be played back using our secondary injection test set called the Omicron CMC. Then it can be used for analyzing the relay reaction and the circuit breaker reaction. So the system-based testing function can be used for transient simulation, for simulating such as CT saturation or CT measurement error or any rush phenomena for the medium voltage power transformer, and also it can be used as a software to control multiple and distributed CMC in case of multiple end or end-to-end protection testing. And also, it can be used as an iterative closed loop to check the feedback of the circuit breaker and to make sure that our protection system topology behaves like expected. So here is the difference between conventional testing and system-based testing. So the conventional testing, it can be used for testing the parameter setting of the protection relay, which can be having any errors in the system calculation. So to discover this kind of errors of the parameter setting or the CT logic or CT saturation phenomena, we can use the system-based testing, which is much more complicated or much more complex compared to the conventional testing. So the relay sim test is all-in-one software. It can be used to simulate realistic fault behavior, especially in the intermittent earth fault, to calculate the network topology, to generate the signals, and to control the test set in the multiple end protection methods. So here is the transient earth fault, for example, in the EBB relays, as you can see. So the trip will be activated if the zero sequence voltage exceeds the limit and the operate time delay expired. So here is a different mode of the earth fault, which is a transient earth fault. And also there is a reset logic to reset the relay and to be armed for the next phenomena or next earth fault. So the reset time will start once the residual voltage falls below the predefined or the preset value. Also, we have the intermittent earth fault mode, as you can see, and the main difference here between the transient fault and the intermittent earth fault is that the intermittent earth fault have a set counter, because this type of intermittent earth fault occurs, can reoccur unpredictably. So as you can see, we have here a timer called the peak counter. So if the transient reoccurs more than this time, more than this number, which is 4 in our screen, so it will be counted as an intermittent earth fault. So the key findings and the conclusion, now we are getting overview about what is the difference between earth fault and ground fault, what is the grounding methods can be used in the medium voltage distribution network, and how we can differentiate between the permanent earth fault and the intermittent earth fault, and how we can detect using advanced techniques like the intermittent earth fault, multi-frequency criteria, and also watt-metric and watt-metric protection methods, and how we can test it using the relay sim test as a system-based software. So the future work, we need to develop a standardized fault location algorithm to detect the fault location precisely depending on the phenomena, and how we can choose the right earth fault protection from our overview. Depends on the power system topology and the grounding methods, and how we can improve the localization for this kind of transient phenomena. And thank you for listening, and please feel free if you have any question in the panel discussion. Inshallah, we will discuss it more. Thank you, Dr. Khalfan. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Engineer Hamada, for the presentation. Actually, he touches my area of expertise in power system protection. Okay, the second presentation is about hosting capacity analysis for PV-based distributed energy renewables in the Middle East. It will be presented by Mr. Fleming Christensen. He is a principal advisor in CESI. I'll just introduce Fleming in few lines. Fleming is obtaining his master's degree in electronics engineering from Aalborg University in 1994. Seems old. Yeah. Okay, and he has also MBA from the same university in 1997. He has deployed his wealth of experience within the domain of AMI and planning optimization for distribution energy deployments for CESI and clients with the recent 8 years with CESI in the Middle East. You're welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
You take that. So how to use this? Forward. Cool. No. That's not necessary. This is a passing stage. So yep, Fleming Christensen. I'm happy to be here. I did my first presentation for NAMA 8 years ago at the Musharaka conference. And at the time, the topic was how renewable energy from Oman in 2040 with 12 gigawatt could power Riyadh, which is coming along well these days. So now it's more distribution related. This is hosting capacity analysis. So the presentation is divided, as you can see, with the introduction of the study, the adopted research methods, the case study, description of the results, the conclusion and references. And what is very unique is that this is not something that is, say, an existing product. This is not something that is what is done, the case study, the principles are applied elsewhere. But we've had the fortuity that NEDC has allowed us to use NEDC's actual data. So the data that are presented and the results and the conclusion, however preliminary, is actually based on an actual site in Muscat. So why does hosting capacity matter? This is about the MV limits in the distribution grid for thermal voltage protection as the PV generation in the MV will be growing. These are thresholds that must be curtailed and reinforced, so you have to spend money to adopt beyond certain limits. So the hosting capacity is the amount of distributed energy resources that can be added without operating these criteria as power volt-var policies as apply. So aim, quantify how the PV power factor shifts nodal hosting capacity at MV secondary substations. And the methodology we've applied has had two distinctly different approaches. One, deterministic nodal hosting capacity, transparent go, no-go screening at a point under specific stress, nominal cases with conservative baseline as is normal, and a probabilistic hosting capacity, sampling variability in PV siting with Monte Carlo simulations for distribution and risk metrics. How often would we have a violation of the constraint? So method one, deterministic nodal hosting capacity. The constraints, maximum thermal loading capacity of lined transformers, maximum rapid voltage change, voltage upper and lower band as NEDC mandates, considerations, power factor sweep from 0.9 to 1 leading and lagging, power factor constant during ramp, power PV modeled as a controllable DG underbus, inverter size to sustain PF at max. And method two, the probabilistic, the increased PV penetration until a constraint is violated. Same as method one for the constraints, comparing. Consideration, penetration is equal installed PV power at peak load. Monte Carlo simulations, as is used in transmission systems in modeling. Power factor will remain constant at and be equal at the power factor for the highest hosting capacity. So the case study, real-life 11 kV Omani network, a primary substation with two 20 MVA 3311 kV transformers, 5 radial feeders supplying multiple secondary substations, MV-LV transformers feeding mixed industrial, commercial, residential loads, base case validated against utility data. And here we have the case study itself. So we have the peak load at 0.8 of the 20 MVA. We have the simulated conditions of 2 days, a 1 weekday and 1 weekend, 2 seasons, a summer and a winter to cover high and low. 3 load categories. We have residential, commercial, industrial, where you can see the load, and a combination of all load categories in the network and having the aforementioned conditions simulated with hourly granularity. And essentially, this is playing in our script 500 simulations to see how many violations do we have. So in the constraint and assumptions, we have the maximal thermal 100%, no violation. Minimum and maximum voltage is 0.95 and 105. Should have been plus minus 6, but it came to plus minus 5%. RVC at 4. Plant's power factor 0.9 to 1.0 plus minus with increments of 0.001. And the power factor in step 2 is where we get the highest hosting factor from method 1. So the hosting capacity assessment outcome from the deterministic nodal approach. So you can see here we have, for the power factor capacitive and inductive, you will see that we have up to about 6 in average MV megawatt for hosting of PV in the network with planning classic. So we start with 0.9 leading, hosting capacity significantly constrained, as you could see, moving towards a strong nonlinear component. So you see this was not a straight line. The average is about 3 megawatt. Max expands from roughly 4.9 to 9 megawatt, which is good, minimum from 3.4 to 4.7. So as the generators move from 0.9 and upwards, there is a slight dip at the power factor of 1.0. So the maximum hosting capacity shows similar arc growing to just under 0.9, I guess we should see it here. So this is with the average, the max and mean for the various scenarios, and you have to choose what you should have and what you can accept in your planning, which is about 6. And then we have the probabilistic approach, where we have set, when we play our Monte Carlo simulations at 25% of the 16 megawatt, we just say, okay, it's 4 megawatt. How many violations of the constraints do we get when we have 500 scenarios, which we play in our software modeling? We got 0. Once we moved to 50%, equivalent to 8 megawatt, we had 0.8%, which is saying, that's okay. That is a baseline for us to consider further study of this configuration. And if we move to 75, we say 12 megawatt, which would be double the traditional thinking. We have 20% of violations in our modeling. That could be possible in certain configurations, but certainly will warrant more detailed studies. So a very conservative statement is that we can move to 50%, aka 8 megawatt, based on probabilistic network modeling for hosting capacity. So conclusion, we have the deterministic nodal study. This gives the upper bound at each bus under fixed assumptions, controls. The deterministic nodal indicates that the average can host 6 megawatt, This shows that it can accommodate up to 8 megawatt, which is also what the 50% of the probabilistic concludes. And there are different power factor volt-var settings that may improve things. The probabilistic opportunity allows for about 30% additional distributed residential PV from node-by-node limits planning to probabilistic systems level capability approach, allowing for high-value planning, a different planning approach in distribution companies. This is not NEDC, this is globally. Enabling risk-informed hosting targets instead of uniformly conservative capped approach. So for future work, beyond constant power factor, there are things to evaluate advanced volt-var strategies, adaptive droop, power factor with deadband optimization, which eventually would change probably both the grid code and the distribution code. Compare local autonomous control. That was about isolated, islanded grids before. This is coming closer. Need to look into this. How this can quantify the impacts on violations, curtailments, losses, tap operations across seasons, times. Calibrate curves to IEEE 1547 and utility settings. This is before we talk about power quality of power factor, harmonics and everything. Then we have electricity market tariff structure impact, demand side management, EVs, electricity market influence on high consumer behavior, CRT tariff, there was a lot of this that was industrial. Demand side management opportunities potentially underpinning the planning. If you have a residential area where you have a landlord that says, I installed PV on the roof and I have centralized heating of my water heaters, I'm only heating the water during daytime on my own electricity, I'm reducing my demand in the evening. Maybe that landlord should have a medal from NEDC or a financial incentive. Impact of EV charging rollout, impact of future vehicle to grid. An EV is something which can be stochastic modeled as a battery that is in transit. You can charge it one place, discharge it another place. And about batteries in V2G, there was an academic study, I'll not claim it's correct, but there was an academic study where it was concluded that 5,000 EVs with V2G located spatially at the appropriate space locations in Spain would have prevented the blackout. So let's just say it's getting really complicated to plan, operate like never ever seen before in electricity, and it's going to be loads of fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilming. It's a very informative presentation. And the next, it will be about sustainable medium voltage switchgear for a net zero future. This will be presented by Mr. Smiljan Music. He is a global partner development manager from Noventura GmbH. Thank you. I'm gonna just few lines to introduce Smiljan, right?
Smiljan, yes.
Smiljan, sorry for that.
No problem.
Okay.
Or you can say also music to me. But it's
really?
Yeah. I'm Smiljan Music, but Smiljan is better.
Yeah, Mr. Music. That's a good one.
Yes.
Yeah, he is a accomplished professional over 2 decades of experience in global and regional management roles within electrical and power industries. His career has been legally centered at APP, where he held a variety of positions, including Global Partner Program Manager, Global Product Marketing Manager, and Regional Business Development Manager for the Middle East and Africa. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, as you heard, my name is Smilna Music. I make really the music today. You can be happy. I will not play any instrument. I will not sing, lucky you, because my profession is really in Nuventura. Here's the. Yeah, to speak about the sustainability of the MVGS for net zero future. Everybody knows MVGIS. The historical one is with SF6 isolated, and I try now to give you the new setup of an MVGIS versus a dry air solution. And I would like to show you a little bit the concept which we have here. My picture you see again, and it's not so important now. What is very important, new regulations coming out in the European Union because of the SF6 use. That means that starting a ban. The idea was here now to create a new free SF6 gas isolated switchgear. And the most important things you can see here, because of the 85% of the SF6 used in GIS, that means to determine this factor for the greenhouse effect. That means the global warming on our switch here is 0. Then to the background a little bit about the regulation. What started in Europe now is the ban will start in the next year on a 24 kilovolt level, to be banned completely in the European Union, and also then in 2030 the next stage is then also on the 36 kilovolt, and also what we have here in Oman, the 33 kilovolt. That means the European Union will stop completely. And you can see from this picture also, we have also countries which started without a regulation, without a ban, to come to the new dry air insulating for the GIS. That means especially we saw in Bangladesh the starting actions, also in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia. They're talking about the net zero population for the MVGIS. There's also a club, some companies, you know, I'm now in Nuventura, and this Nuventura branding is not so known, but Siemens and ABB and Toshiba and Schneider, they are very well known in this part of the world and also globally. And this Nuventura started now also to be a part of this switchgear club and to make this dry air solution available in the market. Yeah, one point to mark also very important is here, you know, when you have a SF6 isolated switchgear, you have a cost structure also in a lifetime. That means you should be certified, you have a cost for the maintenance. That means, or is this a leakage, you need the SF6 and there's a regulated, you need the training stuff. And this all you can avoid now with the dry air solution from our company. That means because you have a dry air inside, that means no certificates are needed, no storage of things in a lifetime. That means also there's a reduction of the overall cost structure of a switchgear in a lifetime. Now here a picture also we are the first one which have the first type tested 36 kilovolt switchgear solution. That means also for 33 kilovolt solution in dry air. Yeah, you see, we are a small club. We are around 100 people located in Germany, in Berlin, and also we have a subsidiary in India. And yeah, we are a startup, and we like to move on in the future with our solution here. Here you can see the panel. As I said, it goes up to 36 kilovolt, 2,500 amps, 30.5 kilo amps, third circuit, and for 3 seconds. Some people think about why we have now this dry air isolated switchgear. There are a combination of the topics of the SF6 GIS, which is positively we take, and also we take aspects which are on the RIS side to create this new dry air GIS. Here's some parameters We have this for 24 kilovolt and 36 kilovolt. The unique situation is here. We have here in a gas tank and higher bar. That means we are working. The operating working is in the tank about 2 bar to secure the insulation level for the dry air inside the tank. And also one important thing is also the metal are a little bit different. The normal way is 2 millimeters, and in this case we have 5 millimeters stainless steel around the tank. Here's a picture, it's a little bit inside the switchgear. You can see then in the middle is then the dry air inside. It means the interrupters where is inside, the drive is outside. And this we call here is a core module. This meaning itself, the gas tank, which the switching is occurred. Also, we work with different global brands on CTs, VTs. It means also interrupters we use from my former company, ABB also. That means we have reputed partners on board. Also, you can see NKT, which have the supply of the bus bars. That means we have very known companies working together with us. Of course, we have all the type tests done according IEEE. Also our highest internal arc safety also with the bus duct outside the room. That means we have a very safe switchgear site here, that nothing can happen with a person which is in an operating site. That means we have a very safe switchgear here to operate the network. Also, a lot of different configurations are possible with our switchgear. It means different circuit breaker applications, bus sectionalizer, and so on. All things are available to configure a complete line-up for the switchgear. Yeah, also my name is also, I'm looking for the partners worldwide. We have also here a partner now in Oman with Teams International, because also our strategy is not to supply full switchgears to a country. We like to have a partnership locally implemented in our business cases. Yeah, here a little bit the competitor analyze. You can see we are the only one up to now which goes up to 36 kilovolt and near soon by 40.5 kilovolt. We have the solution available and also in operation. Yeah, here's a reference list. I see it's very small, but we have different industries which we have the reference started from 2021. That means we have a utility business, E.ON, example in in Germany. We have also a utility business in different countries, also in Spain. Partners also in overseas side. That means also where it's not a ban created for the SF6. We have partners in Australia, also in New Zealand, and also in US. That means we see a very good situation, our business cases to develop up our business cases here. Yeah, what is the topic are very important here. We can see one important topic is we have fuel ports also. We can have easy injection also to fuel ports. That means you can see the situation where in a gas tank the disconnector parts. We are very fast in our lead time. Also important is our design is also 1.3 times higher type tested than according to IEEE because of the pressure of the tank side. Yeah, we say go green, switch with Natura. This is our slogan. We are also here with the booth here. That means you can meet me and we can have an internal more discussion in deeper side also. I'm very thank you that I was here and I wish you a nice 2 days more. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We may have another competitor with the gas-free, SF6 gas-free in Oman, inshallah. All right, so the next is the presentation about rethinking our organization, lessons from Indonesia on using smart metering. smart meter data and AI. This will be presented by Naeem Isharash from EDF International Networks. He's the head of business developments for North Africa and Middle East. So let us welcome Naeem on the stage. Yeah, please.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here today. I would like to thank all the people involved in the organization of this event, especially for giving me the opportunity to speak about smart meter today. Just a quick introduction of myself. I'm Naeem Isharash. I work for EDF International Networks. Is the distribution entities of EDF. EDF is a French company, and I drive the business development for EDF-IN in North Africa and Middle East region. Today we will talk about the lessons learned by Enedis by using smart meter data and AI, and how this reshaped our organization and how we operate the distribution network. So we will start by a look about the electricity landscape in France. After that, we will talk about our advanced metering infrastructure program in Enedis. After that, we will talk about what we called in France our data analytics journey. And finally, I will give you an example of our change in our organization with our new control center room. So, regarding the electricity sector in France, we have, as everywhere, we have generation, transmission, distribution, supply activities. EDF is present on all these activities in France and outside all around the world. In France, we have the specificity that generation and supply is deregulated activities, so we have competitors, but transmission and distribution is regulated activities. And we will focus on distribution because it's the main topic of our discussion today. EDF has two subsidiaries, Enedis, the French distributor system operator, who operate in France. Enedis is the main DSO in France. We operate 95% of the grid. EDF has a second subsidiaries, EDF-IN, and EDF-IN leverage the expertise of Enedis to support DSO all around the world. So, as I said, we will focus on the distribution sector. We will focus on Enedis, the French DSO. You have to know that Enedis is one of the biggest DSO in the world, the largest in Europe. We talk about almost 40 million customers with a quick expansion because we have more than 15 kilometers of new network per year. We have a big need of modernization in our network, so that's why we replaced for the last 10 years more than 37 million of smart meter, old meter by smart meter. And finally, we face some challenging regarding the deployment of the EV charging and the integration of renewable energy producer. And in France, we already connect to the network more than 38 gigawatts of renewable production. Okay? Another thing we are quite proud in France about Enedis is the well-known Singapore Grid Index award the title of the world's smartest grid operator to Enedis for the last 3 years. Why? Because of our success in our AMI program, our deployment of smart meter. Also because we succeed in how we manage the data thanks all this IoT, this smart meter in the network. And finally, also because of our capabilities to integrate renewable production on the network. So now we say that, we will focus on the topic today, and I will introduce by our Linky program, our advanced metering program infrastructure in France. We talk about a big project with the initial target was a duration of 6 years between 2015 and 2021. We talk about the replacement of 35 million old meter by a smart meter, and we had a budget of 5 billion euro. At the end, it was a big success because it was a successful deployment. We completed on time under the budget because we only expenses 4.2 billion euro. And at the end of the day, we have a good public approval with this project. quickly, when we start to deploy smart meter, we understand quickly that to unlock all the potential of the data, to improve our KPI, we have to focus on the data valorization activity. So quickly, at the beginning of the program, we start to focus on, it's the blue arrow, we start to focus on the basic service in AMI. So we start to improve collection rate, we start to enhance the technology. In France, you have to know that we use PLC technologies. But quickly, we understood if we want to go further and to unlock all the potential of the data valorization activities, we have to internalize all the data expertise, all the machine learning expertise, etc., inside the company. So in 2016, we launched our own data science practice. And we start to hire, to train machine learning engineer, data engineer inside the distribution company, okay? In 2016, we start to do that. And thanks to that, we were able to deploy our own tools, our own software, our own use case, using data to improve the performance of the distributor operator. Okay? So we start to deploy a real process to develop use case. We do that in 4 steps. The first one is the origination, and as we are an operator in Enedis, and we are a real distributor system operator, we start to, we have a deep understanding of the activity of a DSO, and we went to the field to take the needs from the field to start the origination of the use case. After that, we make the experimentation, the pilot, after we develop the solution, and finally, we deploy it at the national scales. And you have on the screen here some example of the use case we developed in France at the national scales. On the left panel, you have all the solutions we developed and we deployed regarding our internal activities in the DSO, regarding the conventional activity of the DSO, like use case about predictive maintenance to prevent power outage, but also regarding the losses to reduce, to locate, to better reduce, to better locate the losses. On the right side of the panel, you have the use case we developed for our client, for our use case, to enable new usage, like to facilitate the integration of the renewable production on the network, but also to facilitate the development and the deployment of the EV charging on the grid, and also about demand-side management, all the things related to new usage of electricity. Okay? So now we will move to the last session of our of my presentation, sorry. And at this time, we have a successful deployment of smart meter. We developed and deployed all this use case as a national scale, so it's available for all the operators. And in the same time, we started to face an increasing, demanding and evolving environment, especially in France, as everywhere, and it's always the time now, but at this time, in France, regulatory authorities start to increase penalties when Enedis didn't achieve his target regarding the SID. You know the time of power outage per client per year in the country. Also, the policymaker make responsible Enedis, the French DSO, to reimburse all the producers, the renewable producer, when the network is unavailable. As I said before, we talk about almost 40 gigawatts of production, so it's a huge part of money. Also, we have a limit, public acceptance to power outage, etc. All these things make what's more difficult for Enedis, but it happened at the good time, because it was when we finished our smart meter deployment, all the use case we developed, etc. But at this time, we understand that if we wanted to fully unlock all the potential of the data valorization activity, we had to align the organization, the process in our organization in Enedis, to this digital environment to improve all the KPI. And now, now I will show you a short video of an example of transformation we made in Enedis to align our organization to the digital environment. It's about our new control center room. So just take a look at this video, and after that I will comment it.
Enedis, an EDF subsidiary, is responsible for the operation and maintenance of the French distribution network. All day, every day, Enedis teams solve all kinds of network incidents. Thanks to Linky, the smart meter infrastructure, Enedis is improving its operation efficiency. Linky is more than a remote metering infrastructure. It gathers data from low-voltage networks and communicates with Enedis grid operation systems. In each region of France, this data is flowing to the new smart low-voltage control centers. These control centers centralize the data collected through the Linky infrastructure, but also through customer call centers, field technicians, medium voltage operation agencies, and sensors deployed throughout the grid. In case of a grid alert, the control center supervisor can precisely locate the incident thanks to network sensors and field technicians, but also thanks to drones and artificial intelligence softwares able to predict breakdowns. Field intervention is remotely managed and controlled in real time, all day and every day. The control center operators communicate directly with the field technicians to guide them precisely to the source of the incident thanks to a precise and interactive mapping of the network. Each control center can mobilize teams from all over the region, especially when it is necessary to call out a maximum number of technicians to deal with a large crisis. The 25 regional branches benefit from this organization with their own smart low-voltage control center. Enedis is the first European utility to industrialize smart grids at a large scale to improve network troubleshooting and client experience. And each day, Enedis offers a better service and improves its quality of supply.
Yes, thank you. I hope you like the video. Just to continue, Asgard, the new control center room, is not just about new control center. It's about a new way of manage and operate the network, the grid, the distribution grid at real time. And to do that, we professionalize of the power outage management by standardization of business, of process, etc. Also, we integrate predictive maintenance in this agency, especially thanks to the smart metering data, but also thanks AI and machine learning expertise. We improve the control and the monitoring of the low voltage network especially, and thanks to that, we improve the quality of our SID. So as I said, it's the time of power outage per client per year. And finally, you have to know that we develop, you saw on this video, we have 25 Asgard in France, and we made them in a way it's easy for an Asgard to support another one remotely, especially in time of crisis, because we face storm, flooding, and more with climate change, we have to face that. So we have to be more professional on that, and this crisis management is really important for us. So to conclude here, the main lessons Enedis learned in this transformation is if you want to become a real data operator-centric, not just an electrical operator, when we talk about distribution operator, it's not only about smart meter, it's not only about AI, it's not only about technology, it's about people, it's about organization, and of course it's about technology. Technology is just a key, but it's not enough. You have to change your organization, you have to make a lot of management change to have a success on this kind of project and a real shift and in the mindset. So to conclude, Asgard and the control room is just an example of change we did in Enedis. We did several more, and I will be happy to continue this discussion in the next few days because I will be here at the EDF stand in the 2 next days. If you want to continue the discussion, I will be happy to do that with you. Thank you very much for your attention, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Naeem, for the excellent presentation. So similarly, we may have similar topic with Engineer Ala Al-Kiyumi anomaly detection in HT smart metering or smart meters using supervised machine learning. It's a little bit more detailed or deep in machine learning for condition-based maintenance in distribution network in NEDC. Ala Al-Kiyumi is a head of PMO National AMI project. She is from Nama Electricity Distribution Company. So let's welcome Ala on the stage. The big one.
شكرا خلفان. Assalamu alaikum. I know it's the end of the day, so we'll just make it brief and short. So my name is Ala Al-Kiyumi. I'm part of a team who are Haytham Al-Abri, Hilal Al-Rajdi. We're looking into using creating a model that can help us to use the smart meter data to identify anomalies in the meters and then use them to change or transition from time-based to condition-based maintenance. So the meters are a very critical asset in the distribution network. So we need them to be very accurate and to be very reliable. The meters in Oman's network has been analog and digital for a very long time now. And to make sure of the accuracy and the reliability of these meters, the team has been inspecting and visiting the meter physically to ensure that. However, in alignment with Oman's Vision 2040 for digital transformation and modernization of the infrastructure, we've been changing the meters into smart meters. We've reached around 80% so far for the customers' meters. So let's talk about that in statistics. We have more than 800,000 three-phase and CT meters that require physical inspection or routine inspection. If you visit them once a year, it will consume around 400,000 man-hours. That would require 200 dedicated staff to ensure the meters are operating correctly. Although we have smart meters and which have a lot of vast data that we're not utilizing right now, the team are still, based on the current process or procedures, are still visiting these meters, and a lot of the anomalies and the conditions are not detected, except from the customer complaints and from some billing irregularities. So the manual inspection are exhausting our resources, and at the same time, we have the meters that have the data, but anomalies goes often missed. So the team has proposed applying a supervised machine learning model to predict and detect anomalies. So it will use real-time data from the meters and flag the meters that would require some visits. And it will help us to change the process and the procedures from a time-based maintenance to a condition-based maintenance. What we did is a 6-step process that helped us achieve this study. So the first step was data gathering. The second one was data cleansing. The third one, we created the model. The fourth step was we trained the model, then we got the results, and then we observed how we can turn that result into business benefits. So if we go to the first step, the main data source for this study was the real meter data, the voltage and the current, and then we've got the event and alarm logs from the AMI system. And the third source was the field verification data, the site visit, the records from the metering inspection on site, test results, calibration results, and visual inspection notes. Second step was data preparation. So we prepared the data, we cleansed them, we removed any spikes that can impact the model accuracy. We tried to keep the data consistent, and we labeled the normal and the abnormalities of the metering. The third step was choosing the model and creating the model itself. So we used Python with different libraries. So we've got the pandas which was used for the data analysis. We've got the Seaborn and the Matplot, which was used for visualization of the data, the results. The main item was the XGBoost, which is a powerful, efficient source for machine learning. And we've got the sklearn, which was used to divide the test and the split between the train and test. Okay, so step 4 was training the model itself. As I've said, we used the 80-20 train test split, which we used 80% of the data that we had for training the model and then 20% to check and validate the results. What we have noticed that there is a match between the test results and the training results, which we'll see in the result section just now. So based on the results we've got, of course, the abnormal meters usually exhibit phase imbalance, lower power factor, and high reactive current, which these were the basis for the early warning signs that we've got from the meters. We've got some screenshots from the model that we've created. So here we're comparing between the normal and abnormal cases for the voltages. And you can see for the normal, they are usually clustered on the top of the graph, where for the abnormal cases, they're usually closer to the 0. Here is another comparison between the normal and abnormal voltages that we've seen throughout the model. This is related to the current, where for the abnormal current cases, you will see them closer to 0 as well. And here you can see for the abnormal current that it has a higher spikes and then a longer tail. One of the other items or results from the model itself we got is the correlation. So there is a moderate correlation between the voltages and the current. However, between the voltage and the current, there is a very weak correlation. So it means that during normal operating conditions, any abnormalities or deviation is considered as an abnormal. So that was the basis for the anomaly detection we have used in the model. Our model performance initially was 82.6%, which means that the model was able to correctly classify 83 out of 100 meters. Based on the ROC graph, it's the AUC, the area under the curve, is 0.92, which means that the model have excellent separation between normal and abnormal cases. If it's closer to 0.5, then it means the model is guessing. So actually, it means that practically it's a very good results. We've enhanced the model recently, and we've got an 86% accuracy. Turning the results into operational and financial impact or a business benefits. So the model was able to monitor and detect deviation. It will help us in identifying abnormalities in the meters linked to faults, and it will support flagging meters that require visits. Talking about the actual site visit that the team has performed, we've noticed that only 10% of the visit have noticed or detected meter anomalies. So if we are able to reduce our resources and focus on the meters that actually requires those visits, we are expecting the man hours to drop from 400,000 man hours to 40,000 hours annually, and we're expecting the cost to be reduced around 90%. So in conclusion, the model accurately distinguished between the normal and abnormal operating conditions. It enabled early detection of the faults, tampering, and any irregular consumption. Reflecting on operational utilization, the model can support the transition from reactive and scheduled maintenance or time-based maintenance into predictive maintenance, data-driven decision. It's in alignment with the Smart Meter Operations Center that we are exploring to start in NEMA right now. So it will use real-time anomaly detection to prioritize the field visits. It also will support the asset optimization, which will extend the lifespan of the meters. Looking into the business and customer benefits, it will reduce the site visit, it will reduce the manual inspection, it will reduce the failure, so it will be cost efficient. It will support the reliability, it will engage or encourage customer trust, so we'll be able to address the faults and the failures before they happen. If I can say 3 takeaways from the study that we have prepared, I would say automation, scalability, and integration. If we are able to automate this machine learning, data analysis that we have done, if we can automate it, scale it to include all the meter fleet that we have. And if we are able to integrate it with the meter data management, the outage management system, the work field management system, then we will be gaining the full utilization of the AMI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ala. I guess we might call the panelists on the stage for the panel discussion. Okay, so we're gonna make the discussion more about AI applications in distribution system network. We could see from the presentations that there is an intention for actual applications of AI, machine learning, and modernization of the system network. So based on that, it's not anymore theoretical concepts of implementing AI, but it's a kind of reality. We could see some applications, real applications, has been already implemented in place in different areas in the world. So we gonna discuss about the data and insights from the type of applications for the essential of or for modernization of the entire distribution network. We might go through some practical applications that we could see even from the presentations. How can projects like what has been mentioned in French or by Ala, using AI applications being scaled, integrated with other solutions to create an intelligent power system distribution network. So I might start with Humaid. Humaid, his presentation is more into control systems for the whole power system or distribution network. So what could be the things that are required for the organization to change, and the technological changes that might be important to be considered for the AI-powered control ecosystems that automates and optimize various grid functions. And you could mention what could be considered in the projects of the control centers for NAMAD distribution network.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think I already mentioned in the presentations, the challenges was the availability of the database. So we have some blind spots in the network, especially in the LV side, which is make that the study and the visibility of the data and the behavior of the network, it's very hard to, and it's unexpected. And you cannot just see the real performance of these blind points. So through the new ecosystem that we are implemented in sides of the AMI projects, we want to build the platform to have a complete configuration of the network, starting from the customer's points to the up level of the distribution sides in the upstream. So by that, we want to close the cycles of the data, which is going to be used by the machine learning or by the AI to predict how the futures will be for the data itself, also moving, as Engineer Ala, she has already mentioned, from the traditional way of the asset management, from the time-based maintenance to more predictive way, and also to the risk-based assessment.
Great. So this leads us into having the implementation of the project in French, which is INEDIS, right? Sorry for that. And also the implementation, which is an EDC for AMI project. So what could be the lessons learned from the projects that you have been involved in, both of you, Naeem and Ala, where we leverage a kind of data and also for the broader grid management and operational efficiency? Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Of course, the use of data and all the potential of AMI is not only about maintenance, efficiency, energy, etc. In our experience in EDIS in France, we developed, as I presented during the presentation, we developed a lot of use cases in several areas, not only on maintenance, etc., maintenance predictive, but also a use case to reduce losses. We developed a new use case using AI, using data from smart meter and data from other data sets like weather forecast to better integrate the renewable on the grid. Especially, we developed our own hosting assessment capacity tools. And doing that, we facilitate the transition energy thanks to the smart meter data, thanks to AI. We give that to all the regulatory authorities in France, to local authorities, like that they can plan their own renewable master plan production. Okay, so first, it's important that you have to know smart metering is not just for DSO, it's for all the country and all the authorities involved in the transition energy. Regarding the lessons, I think it was in my presentation, but to go further, the big lessons, I will say that. The first one is, if you want to have success in your AMI deployment, in your using AI, etc., you have to push a real data mindset in your company, especially in the field. If I talk about the origination of a use case, it has to come from the field, so you have to combine data expertise and field expertise inside the company. It's one lesson. And the second one is people. It's not only technology, I said that, but you have to change the organization. Now, distribution operator is not only about bring electricity from point A to point B, it's about brings a lot of data. Our cable, it's not a cable of electricity, it's also a cable of data. So you have to manage all that, and you have to change your organization. So this is the two lessons for us.
Thank you very much. If you'd like Ala to add anything on this as well.
I agree with Naeem on everything he said, and in Oman right now I would say we are in the beginning of this journey, and we're still in the phase where we are replacing the meters to smart meters, and we're trying to embed this mindset to the people right now. And as he said, people are the most important thing. So we've seen that from different experiences in the neighboring country, that having the people engagement and the buy-in is one of the most important things for any change management approach. So that's why the concept of national AMI project started. So we always promote the project as a national AMI project. So it's not only about replacing the meters, but to get the buy-in of the people and changing the mindset of the people and having them think differently than what they used to do. And it's not about reading the meter and using it for billing at all. It's not like that anymore. There is a huge data that we can use for different
analysis.
Yeah, for all the analysis and enhancing the performance of the network, and this has to be used in a proper way.
Do you think that we might change from monitoring-based applications into having actions actual actions
Of course,
in reality?
Yes, that's the target at the end. But as I said, we are doing it step by step. So that's our target, but we're still heading that direction. We're not there yet.
So you have the confidence enough about using artificial intelligence in doing actions on,
of course, yes,
on real
yes.
systems.
Yes.
Maybe filming is having something on that.
Yes, let me add that globally, the working role change of distribution company is the single biggest challenge for any change distribution company, how the mindset is. It's the biggest challenge. And having had some previous involvement in the Omani project, I emphasized that the biggest change is that the metering being kind of the unwanted child, so to speak, just for billing purposes, is now coming to the center stage with everyone wanting a piece of that, needing a piece of that, both from operational, planning, anything, asset management, losses reductions, identification, everything. It's going to be the centerpiece. And this change is necessary globally, and it'll be impacting dozens of millions of people's work life. And this is the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
But coming to AI, all of the data that are being collected gradually, they will help enable the hosting capacity with the different approaches as things go.
Yeah, that's a question which will be next. How we're gonna use efficiently the smart metering in having better hosting capacity calculations and so on.
There are two sides of that. There is the planning, where there is a raft of additional data available in many of the meters, both in Oman and elsewhere, that can support and underpin more accurate planning decision. Additional to that, there are more and more information that would transfer into the operational space, where the capacity deferral, or you say demand side management, eventually will play into a very complex and very fun, but let's not be afraid of this, it'll be fun, scenario. This is just a change to do something better that comes natural.
Yeah. Similarly, maybe we can go to Engineer Hamada for using the AI applications and smart metering in having better detection.
Yes.
How much is that gonna benefit the testing procedures as well as the reliability in detection and isolation of different types of faults for more specific specific types of system configurations and so on.
Thank you,
If you
Dr.
can
Khalfan,
elaborate on that.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Dr. Khalfan, for the question. Actually, it's a very good question, because AI can improve not only the fault detection sensitivity and the intermittent else fault detection and localization of the fault, but also it can get a lot of data from the intelligent electronic devices, such as waveform of the current and the voltage, and the unique pattern or the unique signature of this transient earth fault. And it can be fed into the AI model or machine learning model, just to not only react to the fault detection, but it can also be a proactive approach or a predictive approach, so it can detect the likely of the location for the intermittent earth fault, for example, depends on some data like the cable deterioration, like the repetitive occurrence of this transient phenomena. So it can help us to be more predictive. As Ala said, we can transfer from the reactive to be a proactive approach or a predictive approach, especially for the maintenance approach. So it can help us many more how to detect, how to localize the fault based on the historical data and the log files of the IEDs.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe the last question for Mr. Smiljan. from the space of data, how and what things can be done to also convince the decision makers in the distribution utility companies to change into the new switch gears?
Yeah, there are a lot of factors, but I'm thinking one important factor is the global warming potential. That means the switchgear have a zero. When you see the global potential for the SF6 switchgear, they have 24,500 years are in the atmosphere. That means from this net zero thinking, I think this have the highest priority because of the global warming potential. But also from the customer perspective of the distribution company is also the overall lifetime costs are much reduced. Because also no stuff is needed for SF6 handling to be certified, and you know SF6 is a gas which you should report. That means there are aspects really for the customer side to come to the dry air solution definitely, and also the other brands and manufacturers will also come to the stage as Nuventura have done it now. But they are not so fast because we developed this from the top to the down. That means we started with a 33 kilovolt and we go then up now also on 11 kilovolt and also look for the ring mean unit things. And I think this is the future. And all of them will have this dry air solution or a different solution also, but definitely without F-gas solution.
Yeah, thank you. So we have few minutes to open the floor for the audience if they have any questions. It seems they are fine, happy with what we have already. So yeah, we have a question over there in the middle.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have a question for a general question. If we come in smart meters, there's many aims and targets for the companies. They are targeting some their benefits for as a customers to build a trust between us and the companies. For example, if there's failure happen in my house, the smart meter, how it can help me? Is it can send a direct message to the company or to the emergency team that there's a problem in this house, so go direct to the house, or at least it's sent to the customer service, and as appreciate the customer service call the customer to question him about the condition.
Yeah, the question is maybe you can elaborate more on this as you have already applications. Is it only for the utility operator to monitor, to identify the customer's issues, or also the customers has been already messaged or informed about the issues, what is inside his premises? So what is how the customer gonna benefit with the using of smart meters? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for the question. If I talk about France experience, the customer in France can't send a message through the smart meter to the utilities for now, and it's not the target for us. In fact, because we are more in the if the client has an issue, we see that thanks to our model or thanks to the smart meter. So we will send someone to make the reparation, or if we can do that remotely, we will do remotely. But our aim is to do that before the client know the issue, you know. But to talk about the benefit for the client, because I think it's one, if I understand good, the question is one of the side of your question, the benefit for the client from the smart meter. Only about tariff. I will just talk about tariff. I will not talk about all the reducing of SID, etc. The tariff now, thanks to the smart meter, we can make modular tariff. You know, in France we have a time of use tariff, so we can give to the, thanks to the smart meter, give. I think it's no, okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thanks to the smart meter, we can make several tariffs in the same days for the client. Like that, he can use charging his EV when the price is decreasing, etc. So he can make some money saving thanks to the smart meter. For me, it's one of the best benefits for the particular customer. You know, I'm not sure I'm clear here, but.
Yeah, but maybe Ala can elaborate on the customer side, whether there is a kind of an application where the consumer can check his status of consumption, what things are not normal in his premises, and so on. So, is that option is available or?
So, since we're not reaching 100% so far, but we're looking into integrating the data from the meter to an application for the customer so he can monitor his usage, and then it will support with the demand side management once the supply team start working on that aspect. But I'm not so very sure about whether the customer should get a message telling him that the meter has a fault. Maybe Fleming can elaborate on that, but usually it's used for the utility itself as